I'm 1,000 pieces, still standing tall, a voice in the chaos. I've lived it all. I'm a wife, I'm a mother, a friend in the night, holding a broken, still holding the light. Shells in my pocket, dreams in my hands, building something they don't understand. The crafter of hope from shattered days, finding my strength in a million ways. They don't see the tears fall down in the shower. They don't know the pain behind the power. They only see me when I'm shining bright.
Oh, sorry about that. Hang on a sec. I don't know what I did here. Okay. Sorry about that. I'll fix that.
I'm 1,000 pieces, still standing tall, a voice in the chaos. I've lived it all. I'm a wife, I'm a mother, a friend in the night, holding a broken, still holding the light. Shells in my pocket, dreams in my hands, building something they don't understand. The crafter of hope from shattered days, finding my strength in a million ways. They don't see the tears fall down in the shower. They don't know the pain behind the power. They only see me when I'm shining bright, not the battles I fight every night. But still I rise through the fire they made, through the hate, through the words they threw in my face. I'm still here, I'm still strong. This is where I belong. Mommy ramblings in my name. I built this boy full of pain. Every rebel that stayed by my side, you're the reason I survive. Still I rise, still I stand, with a broken heart and steady hand. They try to tear me down piece by piece, like I don't deserve a moment of peace. Was it just cause I didn't fit them mold, so they threw their stones and turned so cold? There are things I'll never say out loud, the kind of pain I don't need a crowd, but I carry it deep where the silence lives, and still find a way to give and give. And I smile when I go live like I'm okay, but they don't see the price I'll pay. I'm missing you with every breath I take, my sweet boy, my heart's still brave, but still I rise for
I built something beautiful from all this pain.
Hello. Hopefully you can hear me. Sorry, I had my Zoom restarted before I went on, and that's why a few minutes behind, but I didn't know that. Sorry, Jen. I came in, I'm like, where is the Zoom? Okay. Let me get to the live stream and make sure that you can hear me. Let me just check it out that you can hear me. Hang on.
This pain.
Let me see. Hopefully you can hear me. Sorry. You can. Good. Okay. So those of you that have been with me know that we did cover this case when this happened in 2022. Beyond that, Athena Strand's mother is someone that comes up in my feed because she almost, I believe on the daily, posts pictures of Athena and various stages throughout her very short life of only 7 years. And it's a horrific story. What happened to this little girl on November 30th, 2022. But it was very shocking what happened today in court. So as when I'm into a trial, I mean really into a trial, I sit and type notes, and that's what I did today. And I'll do it again tomorrow, and for the 3 weeks that this trial is going to be in session. What is the shocker here? The shocker is there's so many shockers. If you see, okay, first of all, do you know about this case? Let me tell you about this case if you don't know about this case. Athena Strand was 7 years old, and on November 30th, 2022, in Texas, they lived in a very small town. It was Paradise, Texas, and there was like a town within a town. Cottondale is even smaller, so you think of a one stoplight town, this was it. Very safe, kids went outside to play, and all of that. Now, Athena was living since May of 2022. Her mother was sick, and she moved in with her father, her stepmother, her 10-year-old stepsister, and then there was an 18-month-old toddler. And she knew her stepmother since she was 1.5 years, okay? So she was very happy there. She was a very free-spirited little girl, and in August of that year, her stepmother brought her to Paradise Elementary School. She met the teacher. She had her supplies. She was looking forward to starting first grade. And she did. And there were various red ribbon or programs at school where they teach kids to be aware of their surroundings, stranger danger, and all of that. And Athena knew that, okay? And on November 30th, the family was, I believe, from what I can understand, they had a property now. On the property, there was like an abandoned, when I say abandoned, you'll see pictures of it too. It looks like a single wide, and perhaps that there's just nobody living in it, but they were living in a house that was behind it. And so on this day, and they had like an adjacent property where I believe it was the mother's, it was the brother-in-law or sister-in-law that lived on that property as well. And I have it in my notes exactly. So but I'm just telling you right now off the top of my head everything that they lived on the adjacent property, and it was in a cul-de-sac, okay? There was not a lot of traffic on this road. This road was very safe. And kids got off the school bus at about 4:15 4:15, Athena's dad left for a hunting trip. It was November 30th, 2022. He left for a hunting trip. And then, shortly after that, the FedEx driver delivered a package. And he left this package in front of the steps to this abandoned trailer that was on the property. And soon after that, stepmother could not find Athena. So she started to think at first that Athena was hiding or whatever. She started calling around, looking around. It became a little bit more frantic. And she called the police. And the police came out. And then other agencies soon came out when they still couldn't find Athena. And they brought in all kinds of helicopters, drones, thermal imaging, dogs, everything. And by nightfall, they still had not found Athena. And they started a command post first at the house, and then they moved that into the very small town of Cottondale, the fire department, which spilled over into the Baptist church. And that package was the first clue. Okay, that package contained Barbie dolls that the stepmother had bought Athena for Christmas. And so the FBI got involved, the Texas Rangers got involved, and the FBI started to follow some leads. And they were about, hey, this delivery driver. Well, about this delivery driver. What do we know about this delivery driver? And I'll go into detail as I go through today's testimony. So I'm just going to tell you that man you see there and the man you see sitting down driving that truck where you see Athena on her knees behind him. Very, very scary, very chilling picture. Probably the most chilling picture there was tonight. That's Tanner Horner. And he was a contracted driver for FedEx. He wore a FedEx uniform. He was with Topspin, which was this company that FedEx used to contract drivers to make deliveries. And on that day, when he was making that delivery, he abducted 7-year-old Athena. And Athena was no match, even though she tried and she fought. His DNA was all under her fingernails. She fought, and from what I'll go through in the opening statements, and they'll tell you, you're going to hear how she fought, and you are going to see a little bit of how she fought, but then even when he covered the cameras, the audio didn't stop. And this 250-pound man was no match for a 57-pound 7-year-old. And it's horrific what they're going to show. Now, what's the shocker in court? Well, the shocker in court is they thought there was going to be pretrial motions. But instead, Tanner Horner pled guilty. You see, but it's not. Think about the case of Aiden Fucci, right? He's going to go to trial. Oh, Aiden Fucci took a plea deal. Done deal. Bye-bye. That's not what this is. They are essentially going to put on the whole trial, even though he has admitted guilt to kidnapping her, abducting her, and killing her. Now, she was found in the Trinity River, which was about 6 miles from the family home, but if you drove it, it was about 12 minutes. And it was at Bobo Crossing is what it's called, but nobody knows why it's called Bobo Crossing. Her naked body was found in the Trinity River. And that was on, I believe it was December 2nd. It was either the night of the 1st or the 2nd. And the sheriff told the family, which was horrific. They were at the Baptist church at the time. They took him into another room. Before that, he told them, look, it doesn't look good. Based on, and I'm going to tell you all about how they put this together, okay? But the strange thing is, this is not a plea deal where the death penalty went off the table and he accepted a plea and he's going to get life in prison with no possibility of parole. The death penalty is still on the table. And because of that, essentially, you're going to see a trial as if it was in a guilt or innocence phase, except we know he's already guilty. So they've moved to the punishment phase. And they had opening statements, and they're going to be putting on the same witnesses. And even the defense already has many witnesses lined up, because there, as I'm going to go through these closing and opening statements, when I go through my notes, when I pull them up, the defense is going to tell you, not that he didn't do this, but they're going to tell you that he had a lot of things wrong with him. And that the jury should vote for him to have life imprisonment without the possibility of parole and not put him to death. All right. So this is going to be a very hard trial for anybody to watch, because they are going to... Now, I don't know. They didn't start playing the video. Today it was so strange when they brought out some certain things. They said something was wrong with their audio, so they couldn't even play some small portions of audio and video today. But that did get admitted to the jury. Tomorrow, they're going to be doing over 4 hours of video, which is going to allegedly include Tanner Horner's interview with the police, and then he took them to find Athena's body. And that's so... I think right now I'm going to go into telling you about the opening statements, and then getting into the witnesses is going to give you a lot of insight in this case. If you don't follow this case, like I said, I have followed this case since 2022, and almost every single day, Athena's mother posts these beautiful pictures of Athena's very short life on Facebook. So she's constantly in the forefront. And now let me say hello to everybody here, and then we're going to go to... I'm going to go back to this, all this. Hi, everybody. Let's see. Hello, Jen Grill. Hi, Linda. Hi, Nora Woods. I think I saw Chrissy. Oh, I see you too. No, let me see here. Oh, I'm in the wrong thing too. I'm not even on the live chat. Okay. Chrissy, Jen, Linda, Nora, Nightbot. Okay. I'm going to put this, I want to put this one. Hang on a minute. This has to be like the most, hold on a minute, here we go. Let me make this a little smaller. The most shocking picture of the day. Okay. So let me pull my notes up over here. I'm going to go through this. Oh, I put it in this other one. That's right. Oh my goodness. Okay. All right, so here we go. The opening statements. The DA said the one thing from Corinthians: Satan masquerades as an angel of light. And that's how he describes Tanner Horner. Athena Strand in first grade, strong-willed, precocious. Now, he pled guilty to this, but the opening statements and everything else with the trial is going to proceed. So it's very different, quite shocking. He called Tanner Horner, or any delivery driver, the modern day Santa, right? Kids are usually excited to see FedEx or UPS or the Amazon driver bringing things. It usually means they're bringing packages. People look forward to those packages. And Athena had a little bit of a tough day at school. They had gotten back after their Thanksgiving break. She was a little talkative. Teacher wrote a little note about her, but teacher testified today she was a lovely girl. Anyway, like I said, she sees this guy rolling up, bringing a package. And instead of bringing this wonderful package, what he did is he brought violence, fear, and death into her life. The DA apologized and said there's going to be some rough evidence, but they're going to bring all the evidence. But the first thing they wanted to do is introduce you to Athena. And in very much this way, it reminds me of a South Carolina prosecutor who did the Tim Jones trial, and how he just was so wonderful that he let you know all about those 5 beautiful children that were murdered. You knew about them. You knew their likes and dislikes and everything, and it was justice for them, because it should be justice for Athena. You know what I mean? You should really know what was taken, what light was on this earth that was taken off this earth, right? So he tries to do that by really talking about Athena, and he said, well, you're going to get to know Athena. So Tanner Horner shows up, puts a package down, and he leaves with Athena. And the video will show that even when he covered the camera, the audio was still running, and what a 250-pound man can do to a roughly 60-pound child. The only truth that he admitted is that he killed her, because there was lie upon lie upon lie upon lie upon lie, he said. And the lies are hard to keep up with all the lies. Again, the only truth is that he killed her. He told many stories. Some that he hit her and freaked out about losing his job. That's an absolute lie. And the first words when a ranger first discovered him, and he said she wasn't alive when she was in the truck. But that's a lie. And the first thing that he did when he picked her up, he said, don't scream or I'll hurt you. And he said that twice. And that's the truth, because it's on the camera. The level of fight a 7-year-old girl has is what you're going to see and hear. She fought with the strength of 100 men. She was a warrior. He hates to talk about her in the past tense, but that's what this is because of this man, Tanner Horner. What did Tanner do all the time before he was found out? He continued right on delivering packages, even returned to the scene where he kidnapped Athena in the same truck that he killed her in. How was she located? Well, they used thermal imaging, they used dogs, they used everything that I told you before, but she was found at Bobo Crossings. He doesn't know why it's called that, even though he's lived in the area his whole life. In the Trinity River, again, naked, in the water naked. But Tanner Horner made it as difficult as possible to locate her. And when they were looking for her, Tanner was just saying how worried he was about himself, his job, whether he'd see his kids again. He conjured up a whole another persona of himself out of thin air during an interrogation. So a Texas Ranger said, let me talk to that guy. But that guy lies too. So what does punishment look like? Well, they have all the evidence, they said. They have the DNA under her fingernails. And they have the DNA in places that you should not find it on a 7-year-old innocent little girl. And they said he was there the night before with a different girl. So he said, you're going to see the whole video, about an hour. And after he covered the camera, the audio still ran. And you'll hear about over and over how he tried to kill her. You'll hear the banging, you'll hear the screams. It didn't happen fast. And the punishment level of violence like this is what the jury's going to decide. And you're going to hear about all of his hardships, is what the defense is going to say, the DA said. You're going to hear all his excuses. But they're going to put that all on. It's going to be hard. And then the jury has to decide, okay, in the punishment phase, which is what this is. So then the defense got up and they started to talk about him being on. It was very hard at first to hear his defense attorney. Then he got a little bit better, but he's talking about how he was in a league to win a game, but he was injured and his tendon snapped and pain and frustration. He knew he wasn't going to run as fast as he ever would, but then he had deficits of his brain, and it's the reason he functions like he does, and you just know something isn't right, that they don't pick up on social cues, and they can't put themselves in someone else's shoes. And Tanner's injuries happened to him. They started before he was born. His mother worked as a stripper before his birth, and she drank alcohol in order to be able to do that while she was pregnant, and it causes permanent injury. And then he said that Tanner's mother had issues with substance abuse. And because of this stuff, she wasn't with him a lot. And his dad, well, his dad had similar issues. So he was raised by his grandmother, who was a lovely woman, is what they said. But she had him tested at a young age. She was told that he had Asperger's. And he received services through, 16, 18. But they said autism is one of those things you don't outgrow. You're taught skills to manage it. But that Tanner also suffered various mental illnesses, which they're going to be bringing on a lot of experts to tell you this. And you're going to hear how at some point Tanner was exposed to massive amounts of lead and he had 24 times the amount of lead in his bones than someone should. And lead, they say, has terrible effects on the brain and on the body. Why does it matter? Well, remember in the beginning how important the presumption of innocence is. The state has to prove guilt beyond reasonable doubt, but Tanner pled guilty. And he did what he could, his defense team said. He is accepted for the fact that he's going to go to prison for the rest of his life. So where does that leave you? So he talks to the jury that you've taken a sacred oath to follow the law. And he talks about life without parole is a terrible punishment. And to use their judgment to apply the law on whether the individual is a threat for society, you know, if he has life without the possibility of parole, and if he's a good candidate for a structured environment where there's rules like prison, which he's saying he'll do very well in that type of environment, right? Or whether there are significant mitigating circumstances to justify a death sentence. You don't have to agree on mitigating circumstances. You don't have to agree on that, he said. So he said, when you do see the evidence, you will see the break. The break is obvious. It's the only way. You can't ignore where the damage came from, and we expect we expected Tanner to push through this stuff, but it didn't happen. So he said, what I am asking you to do is not close your eyes to what Tanner went through and not pretend, you know, that this stuff didn't happen, and to sentence him to life without the possibility of parole. Okay, that was the end of their opening statements. And then Lindsay Thompson was the first witness, and she was the first grade teacher. I'm just going to change this for a second. Hold on a second. Hold on, let me just get... Okay, I just want to put up another image here. Okay. Okay, so this is... Well, it was Athena's first grade teacher. She was very emotional on the stand. And I'm going to tell you all about her testimony now. So she was a first grade teacher in Paradise School. It's a very small town, typical small town life, small school. There's 100 students per grade level. She has been there for 7 years and was in another district for 5 years. She's all first grade teaching. She loves teaching first grade. She has an average of 18 to 20 students in her class. And they said, do you remember the year 2022? Did you have Athena Strand in your class? Yes. When was the first time that you met her? She said she met her at the Meet the Teacher night in August. She was brought in by her stepmother. She was so excited to start school, and she had all of her supplies. And what kind of student was she? She said first she adored her. She was a free spirit. She loved drawing. She loved to write. She loved to color. She loved to dress up. She was a true gem. And the DA said, a free spirit, is that a nice way to say a little more enthusiastic than others? And she laughed a little and said, Athena loved to talk and socialize. She would stand up for herself. And when they met at they wanted to know when was the meet the teacher night in August, she said, was she in class from then, when the start of school, through November 30th? Yes. How would you describe her? Thin, petite, blonde hair, perfect color skin, always smiling. And she identified Athena by photos that were shown to the jury. And on November 30th, she talks about the kids, or that the phase they're getting ready for Christmas. They just got back from Thanksgiving break. And that would have been the week before. And what is it like when the kids come back from Thanksgiving break? She says it's a little chaotic. They also talk about Red Ribbon Week. It falls around Halloween, and it's about making good choices. And it's about safety and being aware of surroundings. And was she there during that time? The DA says yes. And they bring up a journal entry from Athena's journal that the teacher went and found after they found Athena dead, but before they returned to school. Okay, so she said it was on Saturday, December 2nd, when she saw it, and they had not found her body. And then she said, oh, I'm sorry, they did find her body. The journal entry was about stranger danger and staying away from strangers and learning about staying safe. So then the DA says, okay, I want to talk about November 28th. Was Athena there? That was a Monday. Was she there in school? Yes. Okay. And what about, Tuesday, November 29th? Was she there? Yes. What about Wednesday, November 30th? Was she there? Yes. Okay. And then he says, you're, as a teacher, a mandated reporter, correct? You would have to notify CPS. And what he's setting this up for right now is, I'm telling you that Athena is going to be in terrible, terrible shape when she is discovered, okay? And he wants to really impress that these bruises, this trauma did not happen in her home. It's not anything where she was abused. So that's what he's setting that up for by saying she's a mandated reporter. And so he shows a photo and he said, is that what Athena looked like on November 30th? Yes. Did you see any bruises or anything on her? No. Okay. So they want to make sure that is in the forefront right there. So he said, what was that Wednesday like? She said it was a typical middle of the week day. It's chaotic before Christmas. Athena talked a lot. She was being a kid. You could tell she felt sorry about this, but she wrote in the binder that day. And then they showed a photo of Athena. That was something they had, like with big ears on it, that they made in class. And it said Athena, is a good listener. So when that last day of school, November 30th, she was talking too much, you wrote in her binder to let parents know you were being a teacher, correct? To let them know what's happening, yes. And she said, Athena left at 3:25. And what did you say? She goes, I gave her a hug and said, I love you, and we'll have a better day tomorrow. And they said, did you have that? No. Was Athena in class on Thursday? No. Was she in class on Friday? No. How did that affect the class? She said it was very hard. Some kids knew what was going on. And then Friday evening, children leave. You go back to school on Monday. And she said that was so hard, but they needed their teacher to love and support them through this process. And they had to let them know that Athena had been murdered over the weekend. Well, that she had been found, okay, that she murdered over the weekend. And it was a very big thing, obviously. So they had counselors and guidance to help and support. They had grief groups, and they had they were helping the kids through this grieving process. And they said, were the children in the class aware of what happened to Athena? Yes, she said. And they asked her how that affects her as a teacher. And she said, well, I have a clear split of time before Athena and after Athena. And every day, she said, I hug them. She hugged them before. And she always hugged the kids when they left. And she said, but now she thinks, what if they don't come back tomorrow? And after 4 years, and the kids are now in the 5th grade, are they still affected? Yes. And they said it's a lingering effect? Yes. And then they asked her to explain about a mailbox. And she said her husband made this mailbox. And it's a regular size mailbox, and it's on a post, and they put it outside the 1st grade classrooms. And the purpose of it, and this was in place on Monday when they came back, the purpose of it was for the kids to be able to put messages to Athena. So they could write a letter, they could draw a picture, anything like that, and then put it in this mailbox. And they said, did the kids participate from all different grade levels? Yes. And when did you move that? She said, well, we moved it into the classroom when kids said it was reminding, like it just made them feel sad and always thinking of what happened to Athena. And then they put it in the front office, but they had over 100 letters in it. And again, talk about how it affects her as a teacher and a person. She said it forever changed her life. And then apparently back to back, she lost 2 other students. And then another little girl was telling her that she was afraid that what happened to Athena was going to happen to her. So, yeah, she was talking about those effects. And then there was the cross-examination. And she said this journal entry, when did they write this? This is in October. And she was just questioning, like, well, how could this be her last journal entry if it was November 3rd? Did you use this daily? And she said there was a lot of different things they did, and this happened to be the one there. Like, it was just very silly. But then the next line of questioning that the defense asked, they said, hey, wasn't Athena very friendly to someone like in your class that had special needs? You know where that's going, right? They're going to say even Athena, had this compassion for someone with special needs and stuff like that. How can you vote for death, right, or anything? So that's where that's going to go. There was no redirect. She was excused. And the next witness was her stepmother. So let me just change this. Just want to change this right now. Okay. To her stepmom, okay? Okay, this is her stepmom. But, considered Athena her child. And let me go back to my notes now. Okay, so her name is Elizabeth Strand, but she goes by the name of Ashley. They brought her back to November of 2022. They asked her questions about her address. They asked her questions about how the streets are and that the cul-de-sac, okay, and that Paradise is a one-stoplight kind of town, and they lived in Cottondale, which was inside of Paradise. It's a tiny house with a tiny church. That church happens to be the church where they got the news that Athena had been found naked and in the Trinity River. She said it's a very nice place. It's very small. It's small time country life. Kids play outside. They ride four-wheelers. And they showed her property photos. She kept identifying these roads, County Road 35, 73, 21, 23, through Paradise. They showed a map, okay. They were just identifying the roads around her property. Oh, you're married to Jacob. That's Athena's father. Who else lives there? Her daughter Alice, who is 10. And then they have a youngster together, 1.5-year-old, and Athena. And you have a brother. Yes, it was her brother and sister-in-law that lived on the adjacent property. And she said, yes, and there's a cul-de-sac. And then the DA said maybe people don't understand what a cul-de-sac is. It's essentially a dead-end road, right? Yes, and there's not a lot of traffic. And they talked about the Huffman family, who were great neighbors, who lived around there, and that the girls took a school bus to and from school, right? And they did that on November 30th. Was there anything unusual when they were going to school? No. And sometimes it's a little rough getting them off to school in the morning. She said, yeah, you've got little girls. They want to do their hair. They want to pick their clothing. Nothing unusual. Just girls, So they showed her a photo of Athena, and she said that photo was taken 4 days before she had went to stay with her mom, who lived in Oklahoma, for that Thanksgiving break, right? Okay. And that opened up the questioning of, that her mother was sick, and Athena then moved in with them in May of 2022. She still saw her mother, but she started school in August, and Alice was in 5th grade. That's the stepsister. And how long did you know Athena? She said since 2017, when she was roughly about 1.5 years. They asked her about a favorite photo she had of Athena, and she said, oh, yes, of course. It's one that Alice and Athena had been playing in the mud, and they had literally mud all over them, and she had mud on her face, and Athena was so excited, and she was holding a worm, and she was just so excited about this worm, and it's her favorite picture, because it really shows, who Athena was. Then they said, what was she wearing on the day she went missing? And she was wearing jeans with flowers on the pockets, and they showed her a picture of the jeans. She identifies them. Did you describe to law enforcement what she was wearing? Yes. Okay. And then they show a photo where they have a picture of like Athena outside. And is that Athena? Yes. Where's Alice? Alice went down to the sister-in-law's house because she needed help with her homework. And Athena had been with her stepmom and then doing laundry, playing with the baby. And she was supposed to be sorting her laundry. And the stepmother was cooking trout for dinner, trout and couscous, nothing out of the ordinary. It's commonplace. Kids playing outside. Yes. It's normal for kids. Yes. And where was Jacob? He had left after the kids got home from school to go on a hunting trip. And they then talked about a tree that the kids loved in the yard. And then they went to the point where Athena was gone, right? She checked everywhere. She checked the property. She called the sister-in-law and then called the police. They came out. Police came out. And they said, what are you doing? She said, we're looking everywhere. What are you thinking? Thinking maybe she's hiding somewhere. Maybe she's playing hide and seek. And where she was wild and free on the land. And then the DA said, feral. I like to use the word feral, yes. But you had everybody out there, right? But you're thinking that she's going to be found. Yes, she said. And then he asked her, when did it sink in? When did it sink in that this was more than hide and seek? This was more than wild and free. And that she was really, truly missing. She said, well, when the helicopters were overhead, and no one could find her. And then multiple agencies came in, and she's crying as she's saying this, and she's saying this went on for 3 days, and they were doing this search. And during the search, I think it was the FBI that noticed this Walmart box, and they show the box. How did it get there? And it was, again, delivered to that empty trailer that was on the property. And so they said, what was in there? She said, I bought her these, you can be anything you want to be. It was this Barbie set they showed. And the address was theirs, and all of that was admitted into evidence. And then they showed the front of the trailer that they weren't living in on the property, and it was abandoned. And that's where it was delivered by FedEx. And then it showed a bunch of vehicles parked on the property. And she said, those are all the law enforcement that were there. And what was in the box? Barbies were in the box. All you can be Barbies for Athena. They were inside. And they asked her why she ordered them. And she said, oh, it was a great set. There were so many Barbies in there. And it was for Christmas. And it was delivered to her on that day. And they said, was that your regular driver for your deliveries? No. And they said, do you recognize anyone here today as that driver? Yes. And she points out the defendant. Did you ever see that driver before? No. Okay. How did you find out Athena was deceased? She said she was informed by the sheriff. It's really a blur, but she was at the Cottondale Church. And she was with Jacob, and they found out that Athena was deceased. And they asked her, did she have any injuries before she was missing? She says no. And then they show a picture of Athena on the property. Is that Athena? Yes. And then they show that photo of Athena in the truck with the driver. And it's just chilling. So he said, okay, so you're told on Friday that she's deceased. And what is your reaction? She said, I lost it. You don't know how you're going to react to something like that. It affected me. It affected my children. It affects everyone in the most horrific way. Well, how has it affected you? She said, you don't trust. You're not the same. You're scared. And then the cross-examination, they showed pictures of the property. They showed the abandoned trailer. They showed another view. They live in the house in the back. They showed a dog pen. They showed a pool, an above-ground pool. They showed an outdoor shower and then quizzed her why they had an outdoor shower. And do you have running water in your house? To which she said yes. And well, then why did you build an outdoor shower? That when we were in transition. And then they showed the girls' room from the main house. And this kind of looks like it's a building, like it looks like a big gambrel type shed almost that the girls are in. So I think what they're doing is they're renovating this house, and so they showed this, which I imagine the defense is probably going to try to, I mean, as if they're going to, I don't know what he's already admitted his guilt. It's just ridiculous. Anyway, they excused the witness. Then the next person is Sheriff Fagan, and this was weird because this was out of the earshot of they removed the jury. This where they were talking about whether he could identify vehicles that were there if he wasn't there. It was just real silliness. The jury was brought back in, and the sheriff then was on this stand, and they were showing him the property. They were asking him again about his credentials and all of that. And then they went and we're talking about law enforcement and citizens that were helping in the search, and about where they gathered those people. And he said first the command post was at the house, and then they moved it to the fire department in Cottondale on December 1st. And that there were a number of citizens that came to help. And there were just about 300 that registered, but Betty didn't even register. And they were out there looking for Athena. And they said, okay, and the sun sets on December 1st. And did you have any location for Athena? No. Now, he says that the Texas Rangers, your old employer, they told the sheriff, was involved. And a man named Job that was with the Texas Rangers and actively searching. And everyone's searching the waterways, and they're searching all of Cottondale with aircraft and drones. And they thought this might have been an abduction. And they are searching. And as time goes into the investigation, it keeps going higher and higher and higher on the scale that this is now turning into a criminal investigation, right? The FBI is helping with the digital evidence, and so are the Texas Rangers. And they've moved up the investigation. And then he said, we got some information, and it gave us a different direction. The Texas Rangers thought about the driver delivering the package, and that he had been around there about the same time that Athena went missing. And then the sun set on that December 1st, and the sun rose on the December 2nd, and things were moving quickly. And there was a new command post right down at the Cottondale Fire Department. And then that spilled over into a meeting room at the Baptist Church. And there were about 35 investigators and deputies and other agencies involved. And this new direction that they were going now, that the Texas Rangers got involved in about that package, they felt, hey, we should be able to solve this on this day. And they located that delivery driver, Tanner Horner, and Job Espinosa from the Texas Rangers, and an FBI special agent tracked him down. And there was another press conference where he learned of that. And he said that Job from the Texas Rangers and the FBI was involved. And they said, when did you learn Athena's body was located? And he said, well, we knew he was taken into custody, meaning Tanner Horner was taken into custody, and they were trying to locate Athena that night. And she was found in the Trinity River by Bobo Crossing, next to the bridge there, at about sometime between 7:30 to 9. And that it was about 6 miles from her house, but by driving about 12 miles, and her body was recovered. And they said, it's the role of the sheriff that you're going to deliver this news to the parents. And he said yes. And he was visibly shaken. It was, shoot, I didn't get your sheriff on. Hold on 1 second. Let me change the thing. Yeah, it's a very emotional trial. This is the sheriff. Make this a little larger. Okay, and that's the sheriff. And let me get back to my notes. Okay, so it's the role of the sheriff's office to inform the family. Okay, the family was at the Baptist church, and he said the media was outside. You know, they were shouting at me, but I had to notify the family. And he notified the family on Friday evening. And the DA said, what does the sheriff tell the family? And he said, well, prior to that official notification, we felt like we knew where she was and it wasn't good. So they got the family into that church and then into a room, and they told them, look, it doesn't look good. It doesn't look good, but I'm not sure. Give me about 30 minutes and I'll come back. And he went out with the FBI to that crossing, that Bobo crossing, to that bridge by the Trinity River, in the Trinity River. And he said he told them exactly what was true. And it's really hard, but the focus was to let them know before the media says anything. And so that second meeting with the family, it was heartbreaking. They were devastated. It was in the Sunday school room. And he wished he could do something to make it better. And he said that he had hoped she was alive and well, but that just wasn't the case. And then they took a lunch break, which was strange. And I guess they said no cross because the next person on was Patrick McGuire, a special agent for the FBI. So let me just get this changed. Okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to get the picture of Patrick McGuire up here for you. Okay, we'll say, since he, hang on a minute, talks about meeting up with this guy. We're going to leave that one on. You see he's wearing the FedEx shirt that's in black and white, but it is the FedEx shirt. So next, Patrick McGuire, special agent for the FBI. Okay, and he gave his credentials and then talks about the contract company for FedEx. The company was called Top Spin that FedEx uses to deliver their packages. And that was the company that he contacted. And the driver was ID'd as Tanner Horner on December 1st. That next day, later in the morning. And then the DA asked the special agent at that time, did someone get in contact with the driver? Yes. Okay, and when they did you hear both ends of the conversation? Yes, it was on speakerphone. And was Mr. Horner asked about Athena's address? Yes. And what did he say? And the special agent said, Horner said he didn't recall the address or delivering a package. So they went to talk to Tanner Horner directly. And how did they do that? They got the FedEx delivery sheet, let them know where he was, where were his next deliveries, and they found out he had his actual location, and they found out that in 45 minutes he was going to be at another location, and they went there. And they were able to locate him. He was already there, and they approached him. And there is video of this approach. The problem is there was something wrong with their sound system, so they could only show a screen grab, and then that would be available for the jury. Okay, it was admitted into evidence. So they approached him, and he said, can you ID him in court? He ID'd the defendant. What was he wearing? The special agent said he was wearing a FedEx uniform. Prior to court, did you look at the exhibits, like this DVD? Yes. Did I play you a copy with the clip? Yes. Does it show the initial interaction between you and Tanner? Yes. But there's issues again with the sound system, so the jury can play it later, but the screenshot was shown. And then he identifies himself and the driver, and they talk about the meeting and the conversation, and said that they went towards the rear of the truck to talk. But when they initially went up to him, they seemed to have scared him, and he dropped a package, and it's on this video. He didn't know who they were. That's what he said. Like, were you identified? Like, we wearing big things that say FBI? No, he didn't know who they were. It's all in the video clip. And then they went to the back of the truck. And what did you ask him? He said, we asked him about the delivery to Athena's property. And then his story changed. He stated that after he drove by today, after he had said he didn't remember the property, he didn't deliver the package, he saw law enforcement, and he remembered. Yeah, he remembered. He did remember. He did drop a package off there. And he said that he wasn't even going to leave the package there. He didn't want to leave the package there, but then he saw a van, a green, what looked like a Astro van, leaving the area, and he thought, that might be the homeowner. Okay, I'll leave the package, he said. And he described this van as this green, older Astro van with sunspots on it, okay? So they asked the FBI agent, did you relay that information? And he says, yes, he did. And they said, well, did anything with that conversation you had with Tanner get your attention? Or he said, well, Tanner was articulate, and he answered the questions, but at the end he got emotional, and he said, he had a child, and it's just like, how could this have happened to her, kind of thing. And so they said, well, based upon your info that you got at that time, were you then searching for a green Astro van? Yes, an Astro van with sunspots. And so they said, so you had resources out there looking for a green van? Yes. And was any green van found? And he said, not that he knew of. So they're trying to get this out that, Tanner not only did this, but now he's lying, and he is, making people go out and search for things that didn't even happen, didn't even exist. So they said, what did you do next? Okay, they relayed that information to the command post. And then he said, and then we were diverted from talking to Tanner again to talking to the family members. And that's where they wanted us. They were concerned and they were interested in us speaking with them. But did you want to talk to Tanner Horner some more? Yes. But did you get back to that? He said yes on the next day, though. So what happened on the next day? He said that they asked FedEx for further information on Tanner's deliveries. And they said, did you eventually issue a subpoena to FedEx? He said, yes, at a later date. But they got further information about his route on that November 30th, and they saw that there was a 45-minute period that he should have been a drive period for him. But there was a discrepancy. So they called Mr. Horner on the phone, and they said, and during that conversation, did you get cut off? Yeah, the call dropped. So it's in two conversations because of the dropped call? Yes. And then he's got CDs or DVDs of this call. Again, they can't play it because of the sound issues, but they're admitted into evidence. So following those calls, did you meet with Tanner again? He said yes. We looked up his route again, and we met him on a stop on his route where he was delivering a package. And they said before the phone call and meeting him in person, they found out that times given were not correct. And did you discover why there were delays? And he said, well, Tanner told them, oh, yeah, I wasn't feeling good that day. And I went to a Love's truck stop where I threw up. And then he said he didn't feel well. And then on some random road, he was throwing up again. And then he went to that Love's and he threw up again. And he said that the package that was left at Athena Strand's house was the last package that he delivered that day. But it wasn't marked delivered on his paperwork. And there were another 4 to 5 packages he was supposed to deliver after that were not delivered on November 30th, but were delivered on December 1st, the next day. So Tanner advised an address for them to meet him, and they had another meeting together, and it shows them a screenshot again of them. You could see it's out through the back of the truck. They're meeting in the back, this agent and Mr. Horner. And they're talking about the discrepancy in UTC time and Texas Central Time, and it's about 6 hours difference to get to the Central Time. So they discover it's about 3:45 p.m. Central Standard Time when they meet him. And they ask him what took place. And he said we spoke about, wait a minute, this time discrepancy, what should have been a 45-minute drive time for him. And they spoke about the green van again. And he said he Googled a picture and he found a picture of a green Astro van. And they asked him, hey, does this look like the van you saw? And he said, yes. And there's a screenshot of the Google search that was shown of the van. And it was admitted into evidence. And based upon that, be on the lookout, or BOLO, BOLO, wherever you want to say it, they went through that, was passed to the command for people to look for this van. So what did they do? They went to their vehicle, they went to the command post, and they saw Mr. Horner, who had been in the driver's seat, get out of the driver's seat of his truck, and he went back behind the truck and he looked at the rear of the truck, and then he turned around and got back in the driver's seat. And they said, did you find that odd? And he said, yes. And they said, but you, after that, you were directed to interview family members? He said, yeah, later on December 1st and 2nd, further that he was asked to, interview these family members. But on December 1st and 2nd, they got further info of Tanner's route, and they found out that all of the vans that they have that deliver these packages with this contract company are equipped with dash cams. And so they asked the company that is in charge of the dash cams for the footage. And they received it on December 2nd, okay? And they got a phone screen recording of Mr. Horner putting a small girl in the van. And they were already surveilling Horner, right? But they asked, why did they say they wanted you to focus on the family members? And he said, because initially, you have to realize that the family could be suspects. And so they need to question them. And they have profilers. And about abductions of children, very few of them are done by strangers. Okay? So that's the reason the family members, had to be interviewed. And because it's more likely that it is a family member than a stranger. But on the morning of the 2nd, they had the official record of his deliveries. The last package delivered was Athena's, but it wasn't marked delivered. And they're looking at tracking numbers and realizing that he didn't make any of those last few deliveries he was supposed to on the 30th, and that they instead were delivered on the 1st. And they said, well, was he just operating like he would on any other day? Yes. Did he say he had anything to do with Athena's disappearance? No. So other resources were directed elsewhere. So again, there, that he's putting them in a wild goose chase. And then after this info, where they see him putting the little girl in the truck, they take him into custody. And at that point, that special agent with the FBI was not involved in the case anymore. So there was no cross-examination, and he was dismissed. And that very, very brief thing was their day in court. And I observed the defendant biting his finger, like almost trying to stop himself, like when you get so upset and you just bite your finger. During the stepmother's testimony, and he looked as if like he was getting emotionally affected by it, okay? He has, now if you see him in this picture, he's got, I believe those are gauges in his ear. He doesn't have those. He has a bald head in court, which you see in the thumbnail. And that's the end of the day. Now let me tell you what to expect for tomorrow. So the judge put the court on recess for the day to let everyone get prepped for the video evidence is going to be shown tomorrow. It's about 4 hours of video evidence. It's going to include the interview with the defendant, and then the defendant taking investigators around. And it's going to be that way until they eventually find Athena's body. And it's going to show how he led the FBI agents that testified before, and that's going to start at 9 a.m. And so let's just go over day one real quick again. It was a shocker. It was supposed to be pretrial motions, and the shock is he said he wants to plead guilty. It was something that caught almost everyone by surprise. The prosecution is not going to be changing the witness list. No, they are going to present the evidence that they would have presented during the trial. The defense has 19 expert witnesses. The trial could be 3 weeks, is expected to be 3 weeks in this punishment phase, and they will do the same as they would do in a guilt or innocence phase by showing everything and having this testimony. The defense wants to prove that Tanner Horner has an intellectual disability, which they want the jury to see. And they're going to talk about the lead poisoning, the mother's drinking while pregnant, long-term mental health issues, and how it led to Tanner being the person that he was when he killed Athena. But the prosecution, let's not forget, says you are going to see how a 250-pound man, what a 250-pound man can do to a 57-pound little girl, referring to the defendant from 2 Corinthians, Satan masquerading as an angel of light. So that is the synopsis for today, and I'm going to go back to the chat and see if any of you watched this. Did any of you watch this? Did any of you watch this trial? Hi, High Speed Drifter. I haven't seen you in a while. Good to see you. Terry, hi. Good to see you. Let's see. I'm going to go back to your comments. Hi, Shay. Hi, Dookie. Let's see. Let's see where they started. I want to see what you guys say about this, whoever watched it. Making himself the victim, says Terry K. OMG, poor Athena, says Jen. That poor child didn't have a chance, says Terry. Chrissy says, another sad case, innocent little girl gone due to a monster. He will pay the price. Chrissy, child killers in prison. They're the most hated by other prisoners, is what I've heard, says Terry. Jen says he obviously scoped out the place and knew when she would be home, etc., and planned unreal. Chrissy says, I agree with you, Terry. How sad, says Jen. Let's see. Chrissy says he probably did. Chrissy says, is that her mom in the green blazer? No, that's the teacher. And Terry answered you. Okay. High Speed Drifter comes in. I'm switching to the laptop. Jen says that driver must have known it was an abandoned trailer so he could take advantage of the situation. Yeah, but their house was behind it. Right? And that it's just, yeah. Let's see here. Hi, Heart. Yes, she does, Jen. It's, your heart is just broken looking at her frightened little face, knowing the fear that must have been coursing through her little body. Let's see. Okay, let's see. Makes me sick to my stomach what this child endured, says Terry. High Speed Drifter says, why was she in the photo in the van? Because they have cameras in the van and it recorded what was done to this little girl. And because they did, you know, they have that account. And yeah. So let's see. I don't believe this happens unless a person has a long history. I don't know. He was, apparently there was a situation with a girl the night before or something, which they didn't get into yet completely. But like I said, this just started today. And what the heck is going on with my phone? Hold on a second. I don't know why it's... Okay. Apparently Scooter doesn't know I'm live and she's texting to me. Somebody give Scooter a clue that I'm live. My goodness. Okay. He still knows right from wrong. Okay, let's see. Wonder what his family would say about his prior behavior. This is hard because the FedEx driver took her. Right. Okay. So did anybody watch the trial today? Did any of you watch it? Do any of you know this case? I mean, I've covered this case. When this happened, I still remember when this happened and when they were looking for her. And then, like I said, every day I see her mother post pictures on the daily. Let me see one thing here. Hold on, I gotta check one thing in my mail here. Oh my gosh, tell Scooter that I am online, please. She's still texting to me. What is going on? Okay, I'm just trying to see if I'm looking for an email from someone. Okay. So yeah, let me go back and see what you guys are saying about this. Wanted to ask about the bee epidemic. What? I didn't. I was at work. Oh, okay, Terry. I'm following this case here. I can't watch live because it drives me crazy. Okay, I remember you covering it, says Hart. Okay. If I watch these cases without company, I get too angry and depressed. I know too much about this. Okay. Let me go to something else here that I want to go on this case for 1 second. It's going to be more than 1 second, you know that, right? Yeah. Okay. So that photo is making its rounds. I mean, it's just a horrific, horrific photo. But this is one of the last pictures of Athena. Actually, this is the one that they've been showing in court. Over here for a second. All right, so Maitland Presley Gandy is Athena's mother, and she wrote 2 hours ago on Facebook, I appreciate all of the love, prayers, and messages. I can't get back to everyone, but please know I do appreciate you. Thank you to everyone who came today to support Athena and us. I'm sorry, I'm not social. I'm not very good with people anymore. And like I said, every day, I believe just about every day, she posts and shares a memory on her Facebook, including the one she shared on April 7th, which was a photo of her belly And it said, and it was, these are, it says 4/7/2015, a little more than 6 weeks away from meeting the love of my life, my best friend, Mommy's Rock. And on 4/6, you will always be loved, admired, and missed, with pictures of Athena in all stages of her life. And she's been doing this for, since, I believe, since this happened, all these years. That's what I'm saying. It's constant. Very, very sad. And so, yeah. On 5 days ago, she put, the truth is coming for him. Beautiful, just a bit longer now. Okay, so let me go back to the other news here on this case. So, the FedEx driver's accused. Well, he's admitted. Okay, he's not accused anymore. He admitted. He admitted guilt. Abducting and strangling 7-year-old Athena Strand. Athena was snatched by Horner, who was delivering the Barbie doll package. He initially claimed that he accidentally hit the girl and was so afraid of losing his job, right, that he put her into the FedEx truck and told them she was not alive, and that he panicked, right? He hit her and panicked. But he then finally, after lie after lie after lie after lie after lie, admitted that he strangled her in the vehicle and then dumped the body, which was about 6 miles from the home, 12 miles driving. Right. Then the photo showed that Athena was alert in the truck and she wasn't struck by the vehicle. District Attorney James Stanton said the jury's going to see the footage on the day of Athena's murder and will hear it when he covers the video. He says someone covered up the camera because they don't want you to see. Guess what? The audio is still running and you're going to hear it. You're going to hear what a 250-pound man can do to a 60-pound child, 67-pound child. And when I say it's horrible, I mean it. I've been doing this for 25 years, and I promise you, buckle up. Horner qualifies for the death penalty. Let's see. Prosecutors, like I told you, told jurors that the one thing Tanner Horner actually told the truth about was that he killed 7-year-old Athena Strand. But the story about him hitting her with the delivery truck and panicking was a lie. I'm just trying to see if there's Okay. So back in on December 9th of 2022, it says, for those who don't know, Athena Strand was laid to rest today. These are pictures of her casket that were shared by her mother, Maitland Presley Gandy. Soul Shine Industries made the casket for little Athena. The company also made 19 custom caskets for the children that were shot and killed in Uvalde. And from her mother, she said, Jacob and I, as well as Athena's entire family, would like to thank Trey with Soul Shine Industries. You've helped us capture our Viking princess in a way that we didn't think was possible. Athena looked very comfortable in her bed, and it's a pink casket with her picture inside with kind of faux fur and her name on it. Terrible thing for any parent to have to even contemplate putting their child in there, but they made her at least feel, you know, it's horrible. Horrible. And on December 3rd of 2022, Athena's mother said, this is right after, Athena's body was found, I want to thank all of the hundreds, if not thousands, of volunteers. I want to give a very sympathetic thank you to the departments of the many, many different agencies and all of the agencies and organizations that came into Wise County to help me find my baby, Athena Presley Monroe Strand, and her murderer. Please pray for the peace of mind to the direct people that found and cared for Athena after her departure from this world. As a mother, I know no one is as broken as I am. However, I know I have been talking to and continuing to communicate with those that have been working so hard since Athena's disappearance, and the investigators, troopers, WCSD, CSI, and FBI have all cried with me. It takes a special kind of person, and whether a child is yours or not, working crime scenes involving children are hard. Thank you for finding my baby. I know everyone wishes this would have ended differently. But Athena's mother, me, Maitland Gandy, thank you from the bottom of my heart. I don't know how to thank each and every one of you. Please, to my prayer warriors, pray for these people, as Athena's case has been traumatic for all involved. And then on April 28th, 2023, she posted a picture of Athena with her dad. And she said, Athena's Mimi posted this, and it just makes me feel a certain way. The photo was taken on April 19th, 2019. Athena loves her daddy with all of her heart. Athena is Jacob Strand and I's first baby. She came into the world beautiful and absolutely perfect. She changed both of us for the better. I've never seen a daddy so in love with his child as Jacob is with Athena. Literally, in all the years Jacob and I were together, the first time Jacob told me he was proud of me was right after I had Athena. I was so focused on her while in labor and getting through it, I hardly looked at him. And then Athena appeared and was placed on my chest. I looked up at Jacob, and he was fighting tears because our baby was here. She became real to him in that moment. She was born his twin, and though she equally loved Mommy and Daddy, she also had a different bond with both of us. Daddy gave Athena her first bath that night after our families left with the help of a nurse. He may be a little mad for me telling the world this, but I woke up in the night to him holding Athena and him whispering to her that she's beautiful and he loves her. I will never forget that moment. Jacob and I have had our differences and obviously have a past, but I will always have love for him, because without him, we would have never had Athena. And I will always have love for him because Athena loved him so much. I pray he never forgets the love and admiration our baby has for him. And then on February 20th, she said, Athena's daddy took me out to Din Din tonight after a little meeting, brought me to town. I'm sure about the trial. We sure have aged a lot in the last 3.5 years. Can y'all that have known us believe we met over 14 years ago? Our baby Athena Presley Monroe Strand would be and should be turning 11 in just a few short months. Okay, let me see something here. And then they show, let me see, a bunch of people that I guess got a tattoo of Athena's handwriting, writing her name. Let's see here. I'm trying to go back into some of the early reports on this because there was some stuff that people had posted about doing other stuff. Let's see. So the big news, okay, that he took the, he said he was guilty of this. Let me see here. Somebody said MFer could hold a job, be the ultimate decision maker regarding his life, means he is sane. Live independently without help and drive, but wants exemption from the death penalty because of autism. MFer, no, you made your bed, now lay in it, said someone. Athena's favorite color is pink, by the way. Okay, so back on December 16th of 2022, Athena's mom gave an interview, and she would tell her daughter's killer he is nothing and she is everything if she was given the chance. Let's see. Athena Strand's mother filed a wrongful death lawsuit against accused killer and the FedEx contracting company February of 2023. Tanner Horner was 31 years old. Okay, when he did this. I'm trying to get you some stuff about the, going back with the I told you everything about the trial today. I'm just trying to go back up. You know what I'm going to do is I want to see, let's see how they made out with that wrongful death suit. Okay, let me see here. Okay, so Decatur, Texas, the mother of 7-year-old girl who was kidnapped and killed by FedEx driver Lynn Horner has filed a wrongful death suit against them and the contracting company that hired him, which was Big Topspin. Maitland Gandy, the mother of Athena Strand, has fought for justice since her daughter's murder on November 30th, 2022. Filed on February 17th, the 18-page lawsuit seeks fair and reasonable compensation for acts and omissions that led to Strand's murder. The child's father, Jacob Strand, previously filed a lawsuit in December of 2022. This lawsuit is about Athena Strand, a vibrant young girl who deserves to have her memory live on for the good she brought to the world. It is about a life that was taken senselessly, a child who could have been any of ours. It is about a loss that could have and should have been prevented. It also calls into question how drivers like Horner are hired, trained, and supervised. And it says it is about implementing better hiring, training, and supervising practices to prevent vicious killers from arriving at our doorsteps, bearing an insignia that has been cultivated to instill trust. It is about preventing billion-dollar organizations from insulating themselves from liability by using fly-by-night contractors instead of acknowledging the responsibility they bear when we trust them to come onto our property, to our doorsteps, and even inside our homes. Athena Strand was playing in her front yard of her father's Paradise home when Horner abducted her. The Wise County Sheriff's deputies later learned that the FedEx driver had delivered a package of You Can Be Anything Barbies to the home around the time she disappeared. Law enforcement determined the FedEx route that serviced her father's home was contracted to Big Topspin, a Dallas-based delivery contractor, and Horner was driving for the company that day. He later admitted to kidnapping and killing Strand before he dumped her body. The lawsuit accuses FedEx and Big Topspin of negligence in their hiring of Horner by failing to properly investigate his criminal history, his mental history, and his prior employment history, and they failed to properly train and supervise him, and failed to implement and enforce safety policies and procedures. The lawsuit also accuses FedEx of negligently hiring Big Topspin, failing to properly investigate the company's hiring practices and procedures, and failing to properly supervise the company. Okay, and Benson Varghese, managing partner at Varghese Somerset, said FedEx has a problem, a big one. There is a pattern that can no longer be ignored. The company has the resources to ensure its drivers and contractors are properly vetted, trained, and supervised. No parent should have to bury a child because of gross negligence. Tanner Horner should have never been given a FedEx uniform or a delivery van. Ty Stimson, a partner at Varghese Somerset, said, "The mother's hope is that this litigation will bring about systematic change in the hiring, training, and supervision of big delivery companies and their contractors." Remember that woman in Boca Raton? She was killed by a contracted driver out of Best Buy, right? Her mother's life is now to make sure that what happened to Athena never happens to another child, and for everyone to remember Athena as the vibrant little girl that she was. Now, don't forget, Rex Heuermann is supposed to be pleading guilty tomorrow. The Long Island serial Gilgo Beach killer. Don't forget that. But I want to see what was the outcome of this. Let's see. Filed. This is the father's. Let me see. I'm looking at the legal document itself. Defendant Tanner Horner is an employee of Topspin. Okay, blah, 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 blah. Okay, let me see. I want to see what the decision was. Comments. Okay. Lawsuit against FedEx driver. I don't, let's see, Ashley's family file. Let me see this. Hang on. All right, let me see if I can find. Okay, it's saying, I don't think they've, more than 3 years after the death, I don't know if they've, wrongful death suit. So I keep seeing where they both filed it, the mother joining it. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, let me go back to the chat, you guys. So, okay, hi Jet Setup. I got over-the-counter things delivered by FedEx, and they delivered it to the wrong building half the time. And I live on a big, busy street in Seattle. Pray the zillionaire companies are held responsible for their drivers. Heart Made Wise said, Sandra Turner. Hi, Sandra Turner. Very true, but fortunately most psychopaths aren't violent, but they do have a higher risk for engaging in violence and criminal behavior than the general public. Let's see here. Where's Sandra Turner? Why don't I see Sandra Turner? Where's Sandra Voss? Where's Sandra Voss? Oh, to Scooter, you figured I was live. I don't think anyone can cure people of those desires. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, where's Sandra Turner? I'm missing Sandra Turner. I don't. Hi, Auntie. Hi, Auntie Ree. You say, how could anyone hurt that precious little girl? Exactly, right? Where's Sandra Voss? Hi, Sandra Turner. Now I see you. How long after she disappeared did they catch him? You're new. Well, I'm glad you're new here, Sandra. Welcome. She disappeared on November 30th, and by December 2nd, yeah, they found Athena's body in the Trinity River. Thanks for coming in, Sandra Turner. Sandra Voss, you don't like me anymore? Okay. Doctors, lawyers, and CEOs are known to be psychopaths, so I guess they can go good or go bad, says Sandra Turner. Good night, Terry. You going to sleep? Good night, Terry. Have a good day at work tomorrow. Okay, so was anybody following this trial today? Because look at this crazy. I'm going to cut my hair. Got this like crazy bang thing. Anyone? Like I said, I've covered this from day one, from when she went missing to that story. I remember reporting on that story when he said that he panicked and he hit her and he thought he was going to lose his job and all of that. Yes, I remember that. You watched it today, Scooter? Okay. And yeah, terrible, shocking thing that he admitted, but it's shocking that, like with Aiden Fucci, it was just, okay, he took the plea deal and he was gone. They don't want to give a plea deal here, so that they don't want to take the death penalty off the table for him. So that's why they're doing this just as a trial, even though the DA doesn't have to prove him guilty. He's already pled guilty. But they're in the punishment phase, and they're deciding the jury's going to decide death penalty or life without parole. I heard about the trial but didn't want to watch it live. It's okay to follow it here because we support one another. So anyway, yeah, that's fine if you just want to follow it here. Hi, Auntie Ree. You were watching the closings in the Koenig trial, but I've heard about this, poor sweetie. I'm also happy that Rex H is pleading guilty. Yeah, we believe. I mean, when it happens, right? That's supposed to be tomorrow, Auntie Ree. I did not watch the closings in the Koenig trial. I will have to catch up on that. Are they on official verdict watch? Because I was all on this trial today. Jet Setup. See, I'm sorry. I read your name as Jet Setup, and now I see it is Jet Set JP, but the way the J goes into the T, if you look at it quickly, it looks like Jet Setup. I watched a little bit of it, but I was busy with other things. Thank you for highlighting it on your channel. of course, yes. I followed this, like I said, from the get-go. So I guess I should just take a little gander at what, if they are in verdict watch, right? Or if they'll be, did they finish late and would be deliberating tomorrow? Let me just see what's going on in the Koenig trial. I have no doubt he's going to be found guilty, but okay, so the closing arguments wrapped up in the Gerhardt Koenig trial. Gerhardt. Gerhardt. Hold on a minute, Gerhardt. Oh, I think someone's still texting me, Scooter. All right. So closing arguments wrapped up in the murder trial of Maui Dr. Gerhardt Koenig. Of course, he is on trial for the attempted murder of his wife, Ariel Koenig. And it was on a hike in the Palipuka Trail, where allegedly he tried to get her close to the edge of a cliff, and then she got herself away. They got into a struggle. He allegedly hit her with a lava rock. He says this is not true. He says she was having an emotional affair. He says that he only struck her in self-defense. So yeah, and then she said he tried to also inject her with a syringe. 2 syringes, I believe. Now, so let's see what we've got here. Prosecutors described, hold on one second. Said physical evidence, including blood and DNA found on the trail, the rock, and Koenig's clothing, supports Ariel Koenig's account. They also pointed to her injuries, including wounds to her head, face, and hands, as consistent with defensive actions during an attack. And they argued the location itself played a key role, describing the trail as narrow, steep, and dangerous, where one push could result in a fatal fall. Prosecutors also emphasized that hikers who heard Ariel's screams and rushed to the scene ultimately stopped the attack before it became deadly. However, the defense challenged nearly every part of that narrative. Scooter's still going on this. I'm going to do that. Hold on a minute. What happened on that mountain before the hikers got there is basically she said, he said. They didn't see much. One saw only one hit. This is all according to the defense. One saw nothing at all. This is defense attorney Thomas Otaki. Defense attorneys argued there is no proof of a premeditated plan, and they highlighted that no syringe was ever recovered, and they questioned the reliability of witness testimony, noting inconsistencies in what each person saw. They also pointed to forensic evidence, arguing Ariel's DNA was found extensively on the rock, including on areas without blood, which they say suggest she may have handled it. The defense maintained that the confrontation escalated quickly and that Koenig reacted in that moment rather than carrying out a plan to kill. The events leading up to the hike were also a major focus. Prosecutors described Koenig as increasingly obsessed with his wife. They cited that he did digital searches related to infidelity, divorce, and surveillance. They argued that he specifically chose a dangerous trail to hike and was only interested in difficult hikes with steep drops and narrow paths, suggesting planning and familiarity with the terrain. They continued, according to the defense countered, the trip to Oahu, including the hike, was Ariel's idea for her birthday. And they argue that Koenig was trying to repair their relationship after learning about an alleged emotional affair, and they pointed to financial decisions, including a life insurance policy, as evidence that he was not planning to harm her. Why are you going through the process of obtaining $1.5 million on your life for her? That is not the sign of somebody plotting to kill someone. That is the sign of someone trying to work on, okay, look, we got to figure this out for our kids, Otake said. After the incident, prosecutors say Koenig's actions further supported their case. They told the jurors that Koenig called his son. We saw the son take the stand, right? And admitted to trying to kill Ariel, and later attempted to avoid police before he was taken into custody. And they argued that his behavior showed awareness that he did something wrong and that he was trying to evade the consequences. He had told the son he was going to throw himself off a cliff, to which the son said, don't do that. Don't throw yourself off the cliff. He made a conscious choice to try to take Ariel's life and a conscious choice to kill her. That is why he is guilty as charged, said the prosecution. The defense pushed back on that, saying the phone call that Gerhard Koenig made to his son has been mischaracterized and taken out of context. They said that Gerhard was emotional and wanted to take his own life. He didn't confess to a crime. They also challenged the severity of Ariel's injuries. And they pointed to the medical testimony from multiple doctors who said that her injuries, while serious, did not meet the legal standard for severe bodily harm or create a substantial risk of death. And the defense also questioned Ariel's credibility, arguing that there were inconsistencies in her statements about claims about her injuries to medical providers. Evidence should lead to theories. You don't come up with a theory and look for evidence to fit it and spin it to fit your theory. That is what happened in this case, Otake said. Ultimately, the jury is going to have to weigh the two very different versions of events. Okay? One describes that it was a calculated attempt to a murder, and the other just a chaotic confrontation, due to this emotional affair and all this stuff without an intent to take Ariel's life. If convicted of attempted murder in the second degree, Gerhard Koenig could face decades in prison. He could potentially get life in prison. The jury began its deliberations without a verdict, and they're going to resume at 9 a.m. tomorrow, which is way later for us on the East Coast. So, yeah, we'll be watching for that verdict. So we have a verdict watch tomorrow. We have Athena Strand's killers punishment phase of his trial, which will start at 9 a.m. Central Time. And then we have Gilgo Beach, Long Island serial killer Rex Heuermann, who is supposed to plead guilty tomorrow. So lots on tap for tomorrow, Wednesday, April 8th. Okay, let me go back to the chat and see what's going on here. I don't know where my, looking for a certain thing where I have the chat. Here it is, the chat. Okay. Why is this all whacked out? Oh, here we are. So Terry was going to bed. Where was I back here? High speed. And then we have Auntie Ree. One of the Gilgo Beach victims was from the next town from mine. Hey, me too. Yes. Where are you? Because there was someone from Ellenville as well. Did you know that? Ellenville, New York. Oh, I thought she disappeared in October. Are you talking about Athena? November 30th, 2022. Yes, it sure does look like that on my name, so you can call me anything you want. Okay. Yeah, I a lot of times get names wrong, but in the cutest kind of way. They are in verdict watch. Yep, I just see that now. Koning is a whining weasel. All right. The defense attorney is so offensive, you say? Defense attorneys have no rules or regulations. It seems they can just stand up and spew any BS they want. South Portland, Maine. Oh, you're in South Portland, Maine, Auntie Ree? Okay, I thought based on that you were in New York, but I see now. And Jet Setup, you're in you're in in the Pacific Northwest, right? South Portland, Maine. Okay. I read Portland and I'm thinking that I'm really Maine. Okay, got you. Never mind. Never mind, it's been a long day. Okay, so what else is the other stuff? Nancy Guthrie. Not much ado about nothing today. I didn't hear anything. I, again, was caught up with these trials. Did anybody hear, Megan, okay, got you. Did anyone hear anything new in the Nancy Guthrie case? Clue me in if I need to look up anything on that. I didn't hear anything, but again, shoot, I didn't do something else I needed to do. Well, I did schedule my mammogram and my sonogram, but I didn't do what I had to do something else. I'm going to write it to have my agenda right out here. Was there something that I saw in? Anybody, anywhere? Should I just do it myself? Yeah, that was so yesterday, high speed. We covered that yesterday. Yeah, we covered that yesterday. Do you mean another one beyond the two? Beyond the two, beyond the sea. Do you mean the ones, or are you stuck in yesterday's news? They just got a letter. TMZ just got a letter. Wonder who it's from. Yeah, that's so yesterday. Sorry, I sweet that's yesterday. Um, yeah, that she was in Mexico, right? And that she had passed and give them that half of the Bitcoin, which is about 34,000, and they'll hand them over on a silver platter. Make sure it's a silver platter because that's worth a lot. I don't think so, High Speed. You're saying they got another one. They had two yesterday. You're saying they got one today. You're not talking about yesterday. Is that correct? I just got a letter. No. You're not talking about yesterday. You are talking about yesterday. Okay. Yeah, we went over that in depth last night. And where is our Margaret? Margaret, where are you? Margaret, where are you? Where are you, Margaret? Where's Margaret? Where's Sandra? Margaret, what are you? Where's Mr. Wu tonight? What happened to Mr. Wu? Where are you, Mr. Wu? Are you out catching flies tonight? Denise? Denise is probably long in bed. And Scooter can't even stay in here. Isn't that sad? It's very sad. So what else? What else? Let's take a look. Let's just take a look. I don't think there is anything new on Nancy Guthrie, but let's take a look. It's day 66, isn't it? Day 66. Okay, so a lot of people are saying crap's about to go down with the sheriff, okay? He has 10 days to provide a border supervisor the following: that all records on his time with the El Paso Police Department, the budget of the Sheriff's Department, disciplinary action against his political opponent, all communications with ICE since 2021, failure to comply, and he could be removed from office. Okay. I'm telling you, it's probably much ado about nothing. What about? Okay. All right. Let's see. Somebody cleaned up the flowers. Let's see. FBI. Where is Nancy Guthrie? They said that 3 Pima County Sheriff's vehicles arrived outside Nancy Guthrie's property. A neighbor called because Lauren, who is one of Nancy's friends, parked on the street. Lauren regularly comes round and tidies the flowers. And a neighbor called, right? And said, I don't know. Let's see what else we got. All right, Nancy Grace spoke with Dave Richards, founder and CEO of an intelligence firm, Blockchain Unmasked. He spoke with Nancy about the ransom notes, and in his experience, what the person sending the notes is probably like. Oh wow, did somebody see that? Somebody says, if Harvey Levin of TMZ thinks these ransom notes that are being sent to him are so real, why doesn't he pay the 30 grand for the information? Probably because he doesn't want to get ripped off, because he knows it's BS. Maybe his spidey senses aren't that strong. And that Daniel Batira is out there getting those signatures, right? I think he's got all of the ones he needs now. Let's see. Where was Annie yesterday when they spied with their little eye Tommaso coming out of Nancy's house, or around Nancy's house? Someone said, my Nancy Guthrie theory after watching Brian Enton's latest video, I think this TMZ ransom guy is our guy. Send him the $33,000. He is sending to media because he wants to feel powerful and popular. Right, and he just doesn't want 1.2 million. He'd rather simply have less than 100,000, because he's just a guy like that, even though he could take the rest of it and give it to children's charities or something, right? He just I don't even want it. Don't even want it. I'll just take that. Just give me the Bitcoin. That's all. Just one. He's obsessed with Savannah and wanted to cause her pain. He won't go to the FBI because he will implicate himself. No reward. What? Okay. What? So, Hot Mics with the Billy Bush says that the Nancy Guthrie case reignited following Savannah's return to it. Where did it reignite? Billy? Is your bush burning? Because I don't see any bushes here igniting. I see it's not ignited. Sorry. I think the burning bushes are in your head. Okay, someone said, why does everyone now look like the perp? I think I'm losing my mind. You probably are. You probably are. Someone called in and said that they see a GoPro on the perp's head. She is right. Something's on the side, but he does not have a GoPro on his head. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Apparently, the perp likes to fill the pants pockets similar to Tommaso. If anybody thinks that, okay, I don't know. He was walking with a vengeance. He was not walking like the perp. Okay, the perp is a younger guy. So they say that on the Today Show, and I don't know because I didn't watch Today, that they all ditched their yellow ribbons. Is that true? I don't know. Let me see what people are saying. Oh my gosh, you're right. Dang. All of them, they're just moving on. How could you, Savannah? Justice for your mom. Bring your mom home. Where's your mom? We pray for your guidance of these streamers. Please protect them. Help them each day. Now she's going to get some more hate on that, right? The entire cluster of a case is beyond comprehension. They are moving on, says someone. The biggest bunch of hypocrites around. Yesterday, obviously, was the grand finale. Today, it's like back to business as usual. Nancy, who is Nancy? That's why I don't understand Billy Bush saying it's ignited. Today's show quickly puts Nancy out of their minds about as fast as her children son-in-law did, they said. This person here. These are comments from people. These are not my comments. These are not my views. Okay? They don't want to dwell on Nancy, but to move on. Can't wear yellow every day. Can't mourn every day, someone said. They should keep wearing the yellow ribbon, says someone. Must be moving on, says someone else. Okay, let's see. Someone's asking why I was wrong about stating why I was wrong about the Nancy Guthrie case. How do you know if you're wrong or right? It hasn't been solved. Okay. Ashley Banfield learns information directly from TMZ. We talked about that last night. Why is everyone surprised that Foodie Beauty was so disgusting about the Nancy Guthrie disappearance? There are easy answers. It's not about her. She has no soul. What is that about? What was she so disgusting about it? Did she say disgusting things about Nancy? Most experts, including Jennifer Coffendorfer, have slammed this note as the work of a sick creature or a wacko looking to torture Savannah on her first day back at work. The FBI has not authenticated this note, or any, and it is widely viewed as a cruel hoax, according to someone. According to TMZ, an FBI agent, Jennifer Coffendorfer, a sender claimed to have Nancy's body and demanded half of the Bitcoin. That's not what I heard there, so you better go back, paper. They said they knew where she was and that she wasn't alive anymore, and they would give up the person or people. It's a game of telephone. Someone said, so many dumb effers surrounding the Nancy Guthrie case. The streamers need to go home and stop stalking the family. They aren't solving shite. This is all, I'm just reading to you the latest tweets from today, in case you're not on there. Nancy Guthrie's son-in-law emerges from behind the guest house. Now they're really throwing the hate on Savannah. Somebody said that Savannah's thinking it's the best thing that ever happened to her career. This is what they're putting out there. Okay? Like, there are some things that just, this is an example. And it may be that because it's Savannah Guthrie that gets cruel comments like this, that are given to many, 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 many families that have family members that are, murdered and things like that. And you have these people on the internet that write these most atrocious, heinous things because they're keyboard warriors. And then if they're reported, we can't do anything, and people can say what they want, but watch. If he keeps coming at her like this, maybe the one good thing is she can use her popularity and her power and to stop that for all family members maybe that will be a legacy, that she can stop that pain like that the Gonsalves family go through, like the Ruseks go through, like that. Maybe she will. Who knows? If it starts coming for her like that, because apparently, it is, and no one's off limits, right? Of course, these people believe that every thought that runs through their head should be taken to social media, and never thinking, should I be saying this? Yeah. It's like we have more, feel horrible even about reading their freaking comments. They have no problem writing them, right? It's like the readers of these comments just have this like secondhand shame of them, and we didn't even put them out there. But they're in our space, and they're in our face, and they're in the victims' faces. So is that right? Is that okay? I don't think it is. Let's see what else we've got. Someone said the sickest part of the TMZ ransom note, the sender dropped it on the exact day that Savannah went back to work. And the FBI isn't paying the $34K. Okay, that's it. Wearing ribbons does nothing past a certain point, says High Speed. Hart says, wow, yes, High Speed. I don't think Nancy's body will ever be found, says High Speed. What do you think of the sheriff in Nancy's case? Was he incompetent, says High Speed? The guy who contacted TMZ says he's not involved, but he knows who is. Okay, so I think we did it all. We've done it all tonight. Let's see if there's any other news that we've missed, regular stuff that's going on. Let's take a look. Couple found dead in each other's arms after wedding following a tragic last text. Is that what? I don't even know if this looks like. Massive 6-alarm blaze in Gulf's California warehouse. An employee is detained. Fresh fears of the big one in California after San Francisco was hit with a major earthquake. Okay, let's see. Survivor alumni Monica mourns her son Rex after his death at 28. Pope Leo. All right, let's see. I don't see much, I think. Four Texas teens allegedly kidnapped, tortured a classmate for talking to one of their girlfriends. Oh boy. Mom who watched the newborn drown had Casey Anthony photos on her phone. What the heck? A U.S. woman lures her partner for a surprise massage and then shoots him and his parents. This is crazy. Okay. Yeah, there's craziness. Let's see here. So anyone there? I think we did it all tonight. Everything that I told you in the thumbnail, I thoroughly went over the Athena Strand murderers trial, which is in the punishment phase. Yes, that's correct, Hart. And then we went over Koenig, which is on verdict watch. We talked briefly about Rex Heuermann going to allegedly he's set to make a guilty plea, right? To plead guilty tomorrow. And also, like I said, the verdict watch for Koning and the day 2 of Tanner Horner's trial, which is going to have about 4 hours of video in it. That's 9 Central, Texas. All right, let me see if there's anything else. And then we went over to look at anything. We went over the Twitter feeds of the Nancy Guthrie case, and that was nothing to do with anything. And what else? Then we just went over briefly any other kind of headlines, which did not see much happening there. And going through this, and I don't see much there. Okay, so I think I underpromised and overdelivered, right? You definitely didn't have clickbait here. Everything I promised you, I gave in incredible depth, and then I gave you more. So if you're new to our channel, it's a good little thing, and you like the coverage and you like what goes on here, you could consider supporting the channel by becoming a member. That would be great. We'd love to have you as a Rambler member. And we have about 3 or maybe 4 memberships that are less than a cup of coffee, and you can support the channel for an entire month. And if you want to do more, we appreciate that. But we appreciate all of our members. Thank you very much for becoming members and staying members of Mommy Ramblings. We appreciate you. And let me see, what else did I have to say? I am going to get on and do some member-only streams. And like I said, I have some of this collaboration where I react to something, but so far the ones that I want to do it, they haven't been live when I've had the chance to do it. But we are going to be getting on that hopefully this week. Now I have a lot doing with the trial, because I take complete notes when I'm into a trial, right? Sometimes I take them in a notebook, sometimes I type them on a keyboard with the keyboard. That's what I did today as the trial's unfolding. And what the heck else was I going to say? It's very, very cold here. It started to snow yesterday. Didn't stick, but there's snow in the air today. When I went on my walk, it was like I didn't have gloves on, and you felt like your hands were going to get frostbite. That's how cold and raw and horrendous it was. Just cold and raw. It's in the teens tonight, and I'm hoping that, I believe it's supposed to warm up after Wednesday. Let's hope so. Sometimes it warms up and then down, up and down constantly. Okay. What else was I going to say? Oh, Planet Damnation, thank you so much for your Buy Me a Coffee donations. I appreciate that very, very much. And Love My Bun in the Oven, thank you for your Buy Me a Coffee, very generous donation. I appreciate that very much. Okay. And what else now? What else do we have going on? Scooter, where are you? Where did you go? Where is anybody here? Is anybody still, I mean, I see the numbers, you're here. Is anybody still chatting with me, or are you just listening to me? Where's Dookie? Dookie, what are you doing? Are you cooking something? Talk to me. Talk to me. Talk to me. Give me some feedback about anything. Well, there you are. What are you doing? What are you doing? There you are, Jet Set. So, There you are. So what did you learn on this? Remember that show? What did we learn on the show tonight, Craig? That's what I used to do here. What did you learn on the show tonight? Did you learn anything? Did you like anything? Do you have any feedback? Hi, Amy. How are you? You're listening. Well, listening is good, but you know what? It's also good to say, hi, how are ya? Good to see ya. You're doing a good job. You know? Sometimes we need a little bit of that. I try to say your names when I see your names, and I try to always remember where you're from and what's going on. And Pet Nanny, you're driving, then don't you be texting, girl. Amy, you were in and out. Why were you in and out? Were you at a burger place? You should be, I wish you'd be glued to my every word. That'd be nice. Mary Warren! Oh my goodness, finally, girl. How are you? We've been missing you. Thanks for saying something, and I hope Marianne Frontini, you're doing well. Mary, how are you? Good to see you. Mary Warren, Mary Warren. Where have you been? Have you been okay? I hope you had a happy Easter. Happy Easter. Hope you had one. A happy Easter. What about me, Mary? You too, heart. Say hi, everybody. Say hi. If you're here and you're watching, say hello. It's okay. Lots going on. Oh, yeah. How have I been? I've been here. I've been here. I've been here doing my thing. Hello, Charlie from Pittsburgh, PA. How are you doing? Charlie Hustler in the house from Pittsburgh, PA. You're on Love Lines tonight, Charlie Hustler. Oh, there's Bink. Hi, Bink. I tried to call you today. I had some big news for you. I had some really big news for you. Yep. I guess we'll have to see tomorrow if I can get a call through. Okay. You just made a cup of cinnamon tea. I did. Yes. I tried to call you today. It was not going through. That was not nice. It wasn't going through. Not nice. What else now? I had some big news for you too. I shall have to find out tomorrow. So what else? Who else is here? Say hello if you're new, like Charlie Hustler, or if you're an OG like It's Bink. Come out of the shadows and say hello. Hello, hello. Dang it, says It's Bink. I know, right? It's cold out there. Call me after Evie. Okay, now, Charlie Hustler. What case brought you here, Charlie Hustler? Talk to us. You're watching from Florida, Amy. What part of Florida, if you don't mind saying? What part of Florida are you from? Or you can just add a general area if you'd rather. Do you like long walks on the beach, Amy? Do you live anywhere near, let me see. Or do you live anywhere near, oh, you're in Clearwater, okay. Yeah, I have somebody down in that area right now. Right now in that area. Let's see. Gotta go there to conduct a little business. What else? Oh my gosh, that's so crazy that you have family in Dunedin. So do I. So do I, Jet Set. And I was just thinking Dunedin when you said that. So do I. Yeah, Honeymoon Island, Caladesi Island. We used to have somebody here that was, their name was Caladesi. And then we used to have, remember that guy when we were covering that lady Carol with the tigers? It was a gentleman. His name was something, I think it was the name of a whiskey or something. Remember that guy? And he was here all the time, all the time, all the time, all the time, all the time. Amy, I've never visited there, but it sure looks beautiful. Yes, it is, Jet Set. And then you've got Tarpon Springs right next to it, which is the sponge capital of the world, right? A lot of Greek people there in Tarpon Springs. A lot of Greek bakeries and restaurants. It's beautifully flat, you say. I couldn't take living in Florida all year round, not at all, but parts of it are nice to visit for certain times of the year. Could never live there all year round. I don't remember him. I'm trying to remember what his name was. He was very involved in that the Tiger King Carol time frame. What's to do and see? Yeah. So, what happened to Charlie Hustler? Charlie Hustler came in, he broke out, said hello, and then nothing else, Charlie. When my sister visited my niece, she brought me back a sponge from Tarpon Springs. Yeah, sponge capital of the world there, right? Tarpon Springs. I've been to Tarpon Springs. Been to Dunedin. Lots of places in Florida. Spent a considerable amount of time in Florida. You were born in Pittsburgh, PA. It's a change for sure, but I love the beach, and it's a 10-minute drive. Yeah, and Clearwater, you have the big Scientology stuff, right? Do you get bothered by the either the protest or the other things? I remember there was a place all you can, and I don't know if it was it all you can eat crab legs? Yeah, it was all you could eat crab legs. And then you're on that beach where you can see that ship out in that stationary ship that's out there. You know which one I'm talking about? And then you have the towns that are around that, like what? Safety Harbor, Palm Harbor. What other towns are around there? Dunedin, of course. Only if you're in the downtown Clearwater. That's where, do you ever get bothered with all that? Yeah. You'll be going to Florida for the first time later this year to get on your cruise with a sister and a different niece. Where are you cruising to? Where are you going to cruise to? Jet Set? Where are you cruising to? Bahamas? Montego? Baby, why don't we go down to Kokomo? Where are you going? Where are you going, Jet Set? Scientologists are trying to buy up downtown Clearwater. Yeah. Yeah. Another cult, right? Just what the town needs. Another cult. So bizarre. Does Leah Remini even have that show anymore? That her co-host just died, right? Unfortunately, does she even? I haven't heard Leah Remini's name in a long time. Is she still doing something? You think like, I don't know. I'm not going to get into Scientology right now. But you just think about all the people. You've only lived in Panama City and visited Destin. Gulf breezes in West Palm Beach. Think about all the people in these cults. I don't know. You're going to the Caribbean. And that's later this year, you said? All right. Do you like cruises? Is this your first cruise, or do you go on cruises all the time? You either like them or you hate them, right? People go all the time, or people say never again. You like them or love them. You like them or leave them. Love them or leave them. Oh, shite. Okay. Thought I broke my bracelet. I didn't. I'm hungry. I'm hungry, Mother. I'm hungry. I haven't been eating the way, I mean, I don't know. It's like the day just goes and it's like, oh gosh, what did I forget to do? I forgot to eat. I have never been there, but would love to go, says a heart made wise. Cozumel, Belize. My brother loves Belize. Where else did you say you're going? DR, San Juan, and San Martin. Okay. Hey there, Louis. There you are. You're hungry too? What are we going to eat? What are we going to eat? I have a salad in there I could eat if it's still there. It is your first back-to-back cruise. You got a super fantastic deal, and you have family that helps you. You've never been on a cruise, but would love to go on one someday, says Chrissy. Hugh will eat toast. Yeah, that's what I had for dinner last night, remember? I love cruising. It's good for a senior like me. This will be my 5th cruise. And It's Bink says, me too. Now, I don't know what the me too is. Me too, you haven't eaten dinner. Me too, you're hungry. Me too, you love cruises. What is it? All of the above? I don't know. You got to be more specific than that. Did everybody hit the thumbs? You need to hit the thumbs up. And do you know how to hype the videos? If you really want to do a solid, if you really want to do me a solid, do you know how to hype the videos? If you're on a phone, you go under a video and you know where it says comments. If you slide it, the next thing will be hype this video, and you can push it and hype it. And you know, it tells us who's hyping and who's not. So hype us, please. Hype, hype, hype. Johnny took you out to Ham Bones. I've never heard of Ham Bones. You don't know how to? I just told you. Look, you go to your phone, and you know where you see the video, and it says comments. You just slide it. And the next thing is hype. And then you get, yeah, hype it. Hype it. Just go on a hyping spree. Go on a hyping spree. It really helps. but you've got to hype consistently. Jen Grill knows how to do it. She does the hyping. Gail B does the hyping. I don't think Scooter's ever hyped anything. Scooter, not nice. Not nice, Scooter. It's a really good place. What do they have? Snow remover knows how to hype. I can see you when you're hyping, and I can see you when you don't. But anybody can hype. It's not just a moderator. Anybody can hype. When in doubt, hype. Please, it'd be very nice. It's a barbecue place. You had ribs and catfish. I'm not a catfish person. I'm not a catfish person. I'm looking for the hype button. You go to like last night's video because they usually make it load. So go to last night's video, Lewis, or the night before, and then look for it. Just hit comments and then just like that, and it'll say, do you want to hype this video? And say, yeah, I'm going to hype that video because I like that creator. And she deserves to have these videos hyped. Yeah. If you really want to help us with our algorithms, that is the way to do it. That, hit the thumbs up, share the videos out, tell all your friends and family and every single person you meet on the street that you've got to watch Mommy Ramblings, LLC. And it's the best thing since sliced bread. No, I didn't have catfish. Oh, okay. You had ribs. You had ribs? How did everything work out for you at the DMV? Did you get what you needed to get? How did everything work out at the DMV? I wonder if Lewis found the hype. Did you find the hype, Lewis? Yes, you had baked beans. Oh, there's Mike. Did the hype work, Lewis? Lewis? Lewis, what happened to my tree? You know what that's from. Lewis, my tree. Lewis. Well, I have everything, but they wouldn't let me do it. Uh-oh. So what they say, you're still going to be able to go? They want your money? Do they say you're still going to be able to board? Yes, with a question mark. Did you find the hype? Did you find the hype? Do you know where the hype is, A Heart Made Wise? I think I did it, says Lewis. Thank you, Lewis. Let me see if I can tell that you did it. Hang on a minute. I'll check. No, they didn't know, but I feel I can. I feel you can too. I feel you'll be fine. That's my feeling. I've got to check if Louis hyped. You found it. Yes, Amy. Great. Thank you. Heart Made Wise, can you find it? Tell me one more time. Okay. You go to a video. You can't do it on this one because it's too new. But if you go on yesterday's or the day before, and, oh, Chrissy just hyped 1 minute ago. Thank you, Chrissy. Okay, 1 minute ago, Chrissy hyped. Let's see. Trying to get to my hyping here. There is a way that I see all my hypers, and I think it is on my... I saw that Chrissy just hyped. That was good. Oh, hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Chrissy just hyped. Yay, thank you, Chrissy. Thank you. Okay, now. Okay. I'm trying to answer some comments here. Okay, and see. All right, let's see here. I know there's a way that it shows me over here on the dashboard. Let's see. About the hyping. Content, maybe I gotta go under there. Views, reactions. Heart is pretending she doesn't hear me. Heart's pretending she doesn't hear me. Did you find it, Binky? See you when you're sleeping. See, it's just a little nice thing you can do. It doesn't cost you any money. And let me go on my regular YouTube. I was in that little app thing. Let me go over here. Okay. Let's see. Let's mention your channel. Video hype, Jen did one 9 hours ago. Jen's probably the top hyper. Like I said, I don't think Scooter's hyped. I don't think A Heart Made Wise is hyped. But she won't answer me now either. Chrissy's hyped. Chrissy hypes. I have to go to the hype section, but I'll find out. But if you hyped, thank you for hyping. And Lewis, I don't know, it should tell you that you hyped. Go to the comments and swipe left. Did you hype, Heart? Because I don't have a notification that you hyped. She's like, I'm not hyping you. Sorry. Mary says, to the right of the comment section, there should be dots. Swipe that comment section. It should prompt you to hype. Yeah, that's really nice because it, like I said, come on now, it doesn't cost a dime to hype. You're very good, Mary Warren. And you know what, Mary Warren? Doggone it. Doggone it, Mary Warren. I thought I did this a long time ago. I thought I made you a moderator a long time ago. What happened? You were made a moderator a long time ago. What happened? You should be one now. Type something. It was very easy to hype, says Chrissy. Yes, thank you. Scooter's gonna say, I can't figure it out. Yeah, check on your Google. To hype. It's worth the hype. It's worth the hype from anywhere. I appreciate it because we're trying to get back in our algorithms. Anything you can do to help us, which is the thumbs up, hypes, share it out, tell people. Tune in, watch us, chat, leave a comment. You can't figure it out, Bink? Come on, how could you not figure that out? You just slide. Do you know where the comments are in last night's video? Just slide it. No? Oh my goodness. I haven't ever been one. I thought you were. You are now. I'm fairly certain, Mary Warren. Something's wacko. Well, you are one now. And, what else? You guys. Hold on a minute. I've got to get something. I have to get a couple of artichoke hearts. I'm hungry. I don't know where Mr. Wu is. I wanted to hear an update from Mr. Wu. Mr. Wu, where are you? Hold on a minute, guys. I'm just going to get a couple of artichoke hearts. Starving here. I'm starving. Now I don't know where I put you on the chat. There we are. Okay. Even when I don't come on the live talks, I always go and give a thumbs up. Yes, thank you, Chrissy. I noticed that. You always do, and you leave comments. Very nice comments all the time. Thank you, Chrissy. Appreciate that. Okay, I gotta get some artichoke hearts. Scooter relax. she doesn't hype her up. She doesn't hype it up. She's probably hyping up that John and Mama. She's probably hyping them up. Right, Scooter? Gotta save my hypes for John and Mama. I want them to say my name. John and Mama. Where's Margaret? Margaret, where are you, girl? Where's Margaret? Okay. Sorry. Okay. Where's Zigzag? I haven't seen Zigzag in a while. I haven't seen MSL. Little lady? Where's little lady? Kate O. Gail, cat's got your tongue. You got it. Thank you, Lewis. Can you find the hype, Heart? Heart's like, yeah, I know where it is, but I'm not using it. You found it? Did you press it? No, I just found it. Hold on a second. Uh-oh. Heart, someone said. You can't find the hyping. Come on, really? What about if I put the video here? Look at this. I'll try to help you out. What if I put a video and then you see if you go to that link in the chat and you can see. That's such a chilling photo of that little girl in that truck. Isn't that horrendous? That's just so horrendous. Ugh. Okay, let's see. Where's the... Let me get the link for this, okay? Let's see. Let me just make sure this... Is it right? No, I don't want it to edit. Let's see if I do it this way. Okay, now I've got it. Copy. Campy. All right, Bink, try this. Go on this link in the chat. Okay. Here, go over here. You missed this story, but she's the cutest little girl on screen. Oh, you should go back and listen. It's heartbreaking. Click on that link. See that link I just put in there, Bing? Click on it. She turned 6 today. Today's her birthday. I didn't know her birthday was the day, 2 days after Ethan, on the 8th. Do a sample for them, Carolyn. Yeah, just take that link, and then if you go to that link and you pull it up, right? Pull up the video. Oh shoot, now I'm going live on my phone. That's not what I wanted. And you just slide. Slide. Slide once after the comments. Before you get to the live chat. You were away at high school. Not really hard, guys. If you ever want to get to the live chat of something on your phone, you pass the hype before you get there. The hype is the second thing. It's worth the hype. You know? Learn to hype. Spread the hype. Hit the hype. Swipe the hype. Swipe the hype, if you will, please. You got to swipe it to hype it. Hey, that's something. You got to swipe it to hype it. See? I just made a little slogan for the channel. You got to swipe it to hype it. Swipe it and hype it. If you swipe it, got to hype it. It was just a joke, Carolyn. What was a joke? What's the joke? The hype school? Well, I don't know. I'm not getting a lot of notifications about hyping and swiping, but that's good. There's certain people that do it. I appreciate it. It's because it's French. It's not hype. Oh, okay. It's applaud. Got it. So that's not going to be such a slogan, right? You got to swipe it to applaud it. And I don't know. If you want to applaud it, you got to swipe it. You got to swipe it to hype it. Swipe it and then go hype it. I don't know. It's just nice to hype it. It is nice. It helps the channel. It's free. And we appreciate it. So anyway, did you find it, Bink? Let me see if I put my phone on the charger, because if I don't put my phone on the charger, then I'm going to be in trouble. Why does it say it's 8 a.m.? It's not 8 a.m. But it's done. Thank you. I appreciate it, Louis, very much. I'll be right there. I got to put my phone on the charger. I've got to cut up that pineapple too, but I'll do that tomorrow. I'll do that tomorrow. Oh, I know what I did. Hold on a moment. I think I found one very, oh my gosh, you guys, I'm so freaked out. Hold on a minute. Hold on. Aha. No, that's the pink one. No, that's that. You know what? You guys. Somehow, some way, I think somebody I'm looking for something really. Oh my goodness, there's my. Oh. Hold on, guys. I don't know what happened, but someone. Oh, maybe. Hold on a second. I'm looking for a piece of Tupperware because like, you know what they do? Oh my gosh, do I go to water the plants? No, I watered you guys, right? You're doing okay? Oh, I think I found it. Okay, because I found this top and I'm like, where is this? And then I was like, Louis, I don't know what I'm gonna do. You're having toast? You know what? I have beautiful tomatoes here. Hold on. I'm gonna have 2 tomatoes right now with a little bit of balsamic drizzle on them. Balsamic reduction drizzle. Hold on a minute. Oh, I know what that goes on. Crikey, I do know what that goes on. I believe that goes on this bowl that I have, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. It's a white bowl. Hang on, I'll be right there. We're gonna play. I'll play in a second. I've eaten so many tomatoes these last few days. I ate them 2 at a time. Just love them. We've been getting really nice tomatoes. Okay. I will be right there. Just putting the drizzly stuff on them. The beautiful balsamics that you get at the Sheep and Wolf Festival. And then my daughter brought me ones from San Francisco. Oh my gosh, that was the best ever. Okay. They said it's okay to talk alone. To talk alone? What happened to Bink? Wait, what happened to Bink? What, you thought you were joking? What happened? Let me see. What did Bink say? They said, I thought you were kidding. I knocked myself right out of everything. Oh, really? You're back in, though. Oh, I don't know. I thought something happened to you. just go rewatch them one at a time? Crazy says, Louis, when I can't find something, and my husband always says to me, who am I talking to? I tell myself. It's bothering me now because now I remember something. I just remembered something. Sorry, my husband told me to get my clothes out of the dryer. He won't do it for you? Not nice. Not nice. Because we heard you talking with my Tupperware. Oh, yeah, you know, I have to talk to the Tupperware sometimes when I can't find it. Oh, but it drives me nuts because I'll find the lid and I'll be like, hey, where's the container that goes to? When you talk alone with your Tupperware, the only rule is that Tupperware is not supposed to answer back. It would be nice if they did, though, Louis. Oh, you remembered about your laundry? See, look, a laundry reminder surface. You had a protein snack bar 1 hour ago. Oh, you have heartburn? Yikes. What kind of protein bar? Was it chocolate? But I also, do you know what I also found today? A solid brass Scotty dog. Somewhere that I don't know how it got there. It's like the most bizarre thing I've ever seen. But yeah. A lot of things going all over the place. And Jimmy, I have to put this stuff away because Jimmy's being ridiculous now. Ethan is going to come home. And poor Ethan, what is Jimmy doing here? I have no idea. Jimmy, Ethan's not, oh boy. Get Ethan some more candy. Jimmy's like into all of the freaking candy. He never used to be like that. Oh well. Hi, Murder of Crows. Talking Tupperware would be cute if they had little eyes on them. Good night, Louis. Why, Louis is going to bed? Oh, good night, Louis. Nuts and chocolate and granola. Nice. Okay, let me get the word game on. You're just in time, Werder. Just in time. Daily puzzle. Yeah, I have seen. It's 7:33 a.m. Oh, you're answering. I already tried meme. It doesn't want it. Immense. Very good. Very good. Whoopsie. Very good, murder. Men's. I'm in the men's room. I'm going to do men too. Okay, you got men. Heart May Wise up there. She's going to say, I got it up here. Yeah. Okay, I'm getting so cold. Now I just ate all that cold stuff. The tomatoes, the artichoke hearts. Well, the tomatoes weren't cold. They're room temperatures. You're not really supposed to put tomatoes in the refrigerator. But what's cold that I'm cold all of a sudden? The artichoke hearts were cold, but now I'm cold. Okay. Semi. No, I thought, La 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 la. No. Oh, it can't be. Oh, yeah, over here, but it could be. Begins with an S. You had a salad. Yeah, I know. I had a salad deconstructed, right? A deconstructed salad. You're right. And I think that I should have looked in there because I think my salad was in there. Aisle. Aisle. No, there isn't an L. There's no L, heart. Can't do it. Can't do it. Oh, scene. Didn't we do scene? I thought we did scene. Oh boy. All that is seen and unseen. Okay, now we have one more. One more. Men's. I thought we got that. Oh, it's not there. Okay. How about mini? No. No, we did mine. Can't do it. Sorry. Sorry for getting excited for nothing. Sorry for getting everyone excited for nothing. I got it. Hey, good job. Can't believe tomorrow's the 8th. Okay. April's almost gone. That's crazy. See, when it starts to get nice, but it's not nice right now. But as soon as it starts to get nice, then I want the time to go slower. And then it just goes so fast. Woodland. Very good, murder. Loon, I already got that. Download, somebody said. I don't think it's... Let me see. Oh, download. Yeah, very good. Who got that? Murder, of course. Okay. I put men before you, Carolyn. Mean before... Oh, you put mean before I did. Did you now, heart? Don't know, because I don't see it before I did. I put that in a long time ago. Dawn. Wolf says murder. Lawn, I got already. On. No, that's not going to be there. Okay. Then we've got own, says someone. Who says someone? Heart says own. Okay, own is there. Wand says heart. Like Wanda. Okay. Land says heart. Land down. What about land down? Odd says heart. Lad says Chrissy. Okay. Chrissy said dawn. Okay, Chrissy said dawn. No, it's Hart said I said it before you. Okay. Sorry, Chrissy. Can't get anything. Dawn we know. I already did dawn. Somebody got nod. Heart. Nod. How about the down? Okay, how about well, we got murder says law, now, and owl. Law, now, and owl, murder. Oh, but Chrissy said now first. I'm sorry, Chrissy said now first. Chrissy gets the first now. Sorry, Chrissy, you get the first now. Okay, let's see. Oh, how about, let's see. Nod is already there. Okay, old. Who are you calling old? Murder says old. Let's see what else we have. Land. We did land. Land, lawn, loan. How about LA? No, it can't be LA. It's got to be LO. Load. It's got to be load. I got it, load. Murder's always laughing because Murder's probably like, I did it all over there. Okay. Low down. Low down. Low down and dirty. Okay, we got low down. We just don't have dirty, right? We have down, low down. Low down. We just don't have dirty. Do we have wad? I thought I did that one. Woo. Okay. And then the other one has to be well, what the heck? It has to be, if it's woo, I did that about 10 times. I put one about 10 times and it didn't take it. Hi, Amy. Oh boy. Dice. Nice. Not. Dine. Okay. Cod. Con. Coin. Ice. Iced. Ion. Okay. Doe a deer. Okay, what do you got? Coincide. Coincide, right? Murder got coincide. Coined. Yeah. All right. Oh, didn't make it. Went to extra cone. Okay. What did I just do? Okay. Dice. Did I do dice? I did dice. Iodine. Iodine. Side. No. Icon. Iconic. I got iconic. Hold on a minute. I got your icon and I raise it to iconic. Okay, and then I'll put your icon in there. Well, Murder has iconic up there, but I didn't see it because I was looking at the game board. Once. Okay. Code. I got code. And it's hard, okay. I got it 10 minutes ago, Carolyn. That's not nice, murder. Not nice. Not nice. Not nice. 1. I got 1. You got once. Let's see. Eon, how about that? Ode says murder. Ode. Okay. Den says heart. Den. Okay. Ion, ode, neck, nod. See, I got nod over here. Node says murder. Node sees my nod and is raising it to a node. Okay, cod is already up there. Done, says heart. She's done with this crap. All right. Murder says done. None, not node. Okay. Undo, 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 into, ensue. I put den and end 10 minutes ago, but I put them in for you. You got credit for them. How about coad? How about we did done? It wasn't done. I see we did done in the other one, and then that's why we thought done me now. Okay. There. Connick, Harry Connick Jr. I know. Murder gets that one. Ionic. I thought we did ionic. What did we do? Oh, we did iconic. There we got that one. Everybody helped. It's shake and bake and I helped. 3. Fur, R, Fury, Rue, Rob, Ruby, Slippers, Far, Down by the Bay, Bray, by, and bar, ra, year. Okay, now I'm going to look at your words. You got fear. Okay, who got fear? Hearts got fear. Fear. Let's see what else you got, if you got anything. Fur, I've already got that. What do you have? Barf, says Amy. I don't know if barf will be there. Maybe it'll be an extra word. It is. Good job, Amy. Getting right in, playing the game. Here's the bear, and he's furry. Berry. Uh-oh. Berry. I wonder how Ethan does without Berry. Rear says heart. Rear. Okay, Burr, we've already got Fray. It's the Fray. Okay. Murder says Bear. Heart already said it. Didn't she? Yeah. Okay, let's see. How come you didn't get the big one on top, Murder? You always like the big one. Why didn't you get the big one? Ferry says Murder. Very, very good. How come you didn't get the big one? Hi, February, says Zigzag. We were just looking for you. Very good. Good. Good, Zigzag. Buyer says Murder. Uh-oh. Buyer. Okay. Okay. We got Ferry Buyer. What else? We got Bay, Fry. Oh, Fry. Fry that fry. Fry in the pan with oil, air. Okay. What else did you get? Fry, says Amy. Beautiful. Hi, Rife. There's no I. Barry, guys. Bye, says Murder. Where are you going? Let's see. What about rye? Whiskey and rye. Rye bread, marble rye. Bearer. Why no one? Rare. I just got rare, guys. Sorry. Ear. Ear, and then there's got to be era. Where there's an ear, there's an era. Right? It's the era of the ear. Oh, you got that, okay. Friar. Very good, Murder. And then we just have one more. One more. One more try. Okay. Ray. Of course it's Ray. And it's for me to get that one. Yes, that one I get. Yay, it's Ray. Okay. Now, We got them all. Oh, I thought we were done. We got one more. Furry. I thought we did furry. I thought we did furry a long time ago. I guess we didn't. That was weird. Maybe it was the other puzzle. Very strange. But I'm ready to play another one. Live. Lie. Alive. Olive. Oil. Coil. Lays. Cave. Oval. Ice. Ice baby. Ace in the hole. Ale. And ale. Okay, what do you guys got? Lie. Ale, got that. Live, yeah, I got vice. Okay, somebody said vice. Was that Amy? Zigzag. Vocalize says murder. Very good. Vocalize. Did you get vocal too? Murder? Okay. No, Hart got it. I don't know who got it. It's going so fast. Vocal. Alright, let's see what else you got. Vocalize, vocal. No, Hart got vocalize. Oh, Hart was before you, murder. Sorry. Okay. And then you have V-O. Okay. And then you got veil. V-A-I-L. Nope. And vial. Vial. Okay, what about veal? Okay. Lays, I got evil, says. Okay, murder. Veil, did we put up veil? Okay. Vial we have. I thought we had vial, maybe we don't. I thought somebody just said vial. Lace. Give to me your leather. Okay, lace. Cave. Oh, cove. Cove. What about cove? Yeah. Coal. A lump of coal. Oil. Okay. Ova. What do you have? Volume. V-O-L. Is that what you have? V-O-L. No. Okay. Oh. Okay, extra word. Cola. Cola. Get me a cola, cola. All right. Voice. It won't cost much. Just a voice. It's funny, it has vocalize and then it wants all that stuff. It won't cost much. Just a voice. Viola. Do you play the viola? Okay. That's murder again. Heart says love. L-O-V-E. All right. Clove says heart. We got a clove oil. Okay. And then we've got zeal says murder of crows. Zeal. But no zest. We don't have a vim or a vigor. Vim and vigor. You don't hear that much anymore. Vim and vigor. Right? People don't really say that anymore. Via. Very good there. Zig. Very good. Very good. Okay, now let's see. Five. I got that one. Now let's see. There's an L word. L. Oh, no, we already have that. Lice, not nice. This is murder. And then, oh, what about, no, what about, okay, good. Everybody, I don't want to beg or to brag, but you have to be brave. You don't need beer or a rag. You can rave. What do you have? Gave says heart. Gave. Beverage says murder. Okay. Grave says heart. Grave, okay. Rave, we got that. Beverage, zigzag, good zigzag, you're doing good. Rage says heart. Beaver says murder. Beaver. Okay. Let's see. Gear says heart. Gear. Barge, a garbage barge. Remember those books? Turn the record about the garbage barge, Charlie the sardine can. Do you remember that at the bottom of the ocean? I had that book and record. I think I still have it. Oh my gosh, I loved that. Do you remember about the sardine can that fell off the garbage truck that went into the garbage barge and fell into the bottom of the ocean? It fell off a garbage barge. Okay. When you hear this sound, ding, turn the page. And when you hear this sound, ding, turn the record over. R and an error, I told you. And then you also have an ear. Age. Age. How about an ager? How about a never ever verb? How about a verb? A verb. How about verbiage? Do we have verbiage? How about agree? Murder says, could we agree? Uh-oh, too many E's. Put too many E's in there. Okay. Berg. Where's Bergstrong? Remember Bergstrong? Where'd you go, Bergstrong? Bag. R, we have that. B. There we go. Veer. Veer. Okay. Grab, says Big Dad. You gotta grab the gusto. All the gusto you can get, right? Eager, did you say? Eager. Very good, murder. And let's see. Verb, ever, be, beer, bra, be, age, are, berg. Mary, I was just thinking that. Oh, bear. B-E-A-R. Okay, murder got it too. And B-A-R-E. Got it. Okay. And then Gab. Okay. G. Okay. Oh, Eve. Eve. Okay. Verge, says murder. We're on the verge. We're on the verge of a breakthrough. We're on the verge of a breakthrough. Yay! Garb, says murder. Garb. Garbage barge. Very good. I'm ready to do another. Flower. Why didn't that do that? Flow. Flower. Power. Why didn't that do that? Lower. Row. 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 It used to go like when you went in the word, it just got it. It would say, just go. Do you remember that? It's changed it, I think. Foul. Okay, what did you guys get? Owl? Who's getting that? Heart, owl, O. Okay. Werewolf in London? That is, well, that's good that you got that because the werewolf is definitely in London. Werewolf. Okay, you got it. Lou, we already tried that. Fowl, I got it. Owl, flew. Flew over the cuckoo's nest. Oh, we already did that. Row, we did that. Fro, F-R-O-E, you say? Hold on. Okay, extra word. Wow, we already got that. Lou. Lou, skip to my Lou. Wolf says. Okay. Real says murder. Real. The real. The real deal. How about feel? Okay. Ower says hurt. Weir says murder. All right. How about? So I just got her. Let's say feel. I already got foe. Fee, fi, fo, fum. I smell the blood of an Englishman. Okay. I used to love this book where they made these rock cookies for the war. Reef. Okay, and 4, I think I already got it. No. How about flee? And somebody got fees. Okay. Somebody got eel. I did. Did you ever see a dream walking? Well, I did. My father used to always say that. Okay. Did you ever see a dream talking? Well, I did. Okay. Let's see. You've got roll, Esther Roll. Remember Esther Roll? It's like Escarole, but her name is Esther Roll, right? Free. The best things in life are free. Okay. Elf. Elf. On the shelf. Oh, hold on, I can't do it. It's not working. Elf. Fewer. Fewer says murder. Fleer says heart. Fever. Fever, Las Vegas. There's no V. Okay. Oh, you have fewer. Okay, never mind. Never mind. What else? Lore was already up there. Lore is all the way up there. Do 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 do. Free bird. Lear. I got Lear. Yep. Got it. Oh, murder, got it. That's not nice, murder. I did it before I looked at you. Not nice, murder. Not nice. Okay, let me see. Wee, says murder. Yay, says wee, 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 all the way home. Okay, now this one's an F. It's an FL. It's, there we go. Okay, let's see what you got. You guys got anything yet? Let's see. Okay, turn, I already tried. Tail, I already tried that. Late, already tried that. Rant, okay. Heart, I don't think I did that one. And that makes me think of rail like that. Okay, then you got, there's no three-letter words though, Amy. Good try. Learnt. Rent. Alrighty. Alright. Relate. Relate. It's late. You have to. How about relent? Okay. Relent. Murder, just got that when I just said that. Relent. Okay. Eternal says, you're eternal. Very good. Give me a sign. Okay. Learn. I think we have that up there. Yep. Rental. We need the rental agreement. We have it. Real. Video. Teen, I think I have that up there, yep. Teal, don't we have that? Yes, we do. Ice, baby. Tear. Real, you say. The real real. Did you say the real real? I think we already did that. Yeah, we already got that. Alert? Are you alert or are you sleeping? Are we real or are we dancers? Alter. Alter ego. Okay. What do you have? Eaten. Have you eaten today, Brother John? Okay. Let's see. Real. I think we got that, didn't we? Do real? That was in the other one. Real. Yes, got it. Near. The closer I am. Okay, near. Tar, I already tried that. Relate. That's an extra word, Amy. Elate. Elate. Yeah, very good. Okay, alert. What else you got? Enter. Enter. I got the enter already. Had that first. Antler. Yeah, I was thinking about that guy because I was thinking about that Lion King guy and that guy. Remember that guy with the Doc Antler? What was his? It always made me sound like antler, but Doc Antle. Earn. Earn. Earl. The Duke. Okay. Flint. Tree. Oh, you just got a 2 murder. Very nice. Okay. Extra word on the learn. You guys keep saying learn. And no. Extra word. No need to shout. Well, you guys you're bombarding me, and that's not nice. Not nice. Okay. Oh my gosh, what is this? Let's see. Oh my goodness, you gotta be able to E, right? Okay. E. I got it, eater. Oh, now murder got it too. Not fair, murder, not nice. Leaner. Lean on me. Okay, a leaner. Leaner. Okay, now. Eater. Pumpkin eater. Had a wife and couldn't keep her. Kept her in a pumpkin shell. And there he kept her very well. Such weird nursery rhymes for kids, right? The 3 men in a tub, right? That's crazy. Rub-a-dub-dub, 3 men in a tub. Who do you think they are? The butcher, the baker, and the candlestick maker. Crazy rhymes, right? Peter, pumpkin eater, had a wife and couldn't keep her. Put her in a pumpkin shell, and there he kept her very well. Such, like, crazy things, right? Had a wife and couldn't keep her. Put her in a pumpkin shell, and there he kept her very well. 3 men in a tub. Okay. Now, what do we have? I tried that heart. Train. Nope. Renal. Very good. And they said it was hard, and we did it. We did it together. Bet your bottom dollar, and I licked it because it wasn't a tick. Local. Total. I just thought about it. I used to love the cereal Total. They don't even make that anymore, I don't think. Do they? I just thought about it. Total. Oh my gosh. Remember the blue box it used to be? Oh, Total. I loved it. Total. I loved graham crackers too, and they stopped making those. Go sit on the tack till oil out. Oh boy, let's see. Lock tight. Lock tight. How about lock for lock? Oh, I got lock already. I've already got it. Look, 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 look. There's only one O. Toil. Toil in trouble. Okay, coil, toil, lock. Lock it up, kids. Toil. Coil. Coil. How about coat? How about cloak? How about cocktail? Says murder. How's about a cocktail? All right. How about a tail? Clot. Ugh, clotted cream. Clot. Iota. Iota. Talc. See, normally it would just go, like, as soon as she did that, it would go into the words. Talc, clack, clickety clack, down the track, clickety clackers. Clack, no. Clickety clack, coal, in your stocking, cause you're in bed. Lick, you got lick. Click. Clickety clack, clickety clack. Okay. Took. No. Tick tock. Talk. Talk. The tick tock shot. Tick 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 tick. No. Okay. Click. Colt. You got a colt. Talk. Wow. We're almost right up ready for an advancement. I can't believe it. We're going to get out of Parmesan. We got to do it. We got to do it. We got to do it. Got to do it. It's still early. We got to do it. Okay. What do you got now? Alt. I tried Alt. L. Yeah. Very good. Let's see now. Lick, cold, da 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 da. Ilk. Elk. Okay. And I'm going to say, let's see, elk, cat, cot, right? I got cot, elk, lit. How about lot? How about what do you got? Lot. I got lot. What do you got? No. All right, let's see. C-O. What do you have? Colt. We already have colt. Cat. We already have cat. Elk. Lat. Lot. Lit. Lat. 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 All right, let's see. Olay, oil of Olay. Olay, Olay, there's no Y. Clat. Clat. No. All right, let's see. Talk or a tick. A tick we got, okay. Then this has to be an alto. I got it, alto. And let me just look at these now because we got to get these. Has to be, has to. Shasta has to be. Oh my gosh. Oat, lot. Let's see. Oh, oak. It's oak. Oh, Murder got it over there, huh? And then the last one, kit. It's a Kit Kat. It's a Kit Kat. And this other one has to be a T-A. Talk. It's a talk. No. It's a taco. Tuesday. Okay, got the taco. Oh, you got it too, Murder. Oh my gosh. And then somebody says colic. Hold on. Colic. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, it won't go right. Colicky. Calicalaka is no, not colic. It's not colic. Do 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 do. Oh, clock. It's got to be clock. Now we have an advancement. If we get this, then we've got to play the next game because that's what we do. Sud. And done. And do's, do, nude. Okay, lead. Lie. Okay. Send. Sue. Sun. Okay, what did you guys get? Duds. Have we got that? Used. Okay. Let's see. Suddenly. Look, I just got suddenly. Last summer. And then sudden. Murder. You got sudden. Oh, Hart got suddenly. But I got suddenly Susan too. And so did, yeah, suddenly suds. So I wasn't even looking at yours. There's no S again. You can't do that. All right. Dies. Okay. Used. Used. Okay, what else did you get? Used, sued, I already got that. Duds, got it. Dude, duds, there's never dude, it's never here. Dudes, extra words. Okay. I claimed them, the extra words. Sled I got, yes, somebody said, yes. Okay. Okay, then you've got, what do you guys got? Let me go back here. What do you got? Dens. Okay, nope. Okay, let's see. Lundy. Lund. Okay. All right. And we got what am I doing? I don't even know what I'm doing. I'm just not even looking. I just thought I read the wrong word. I'm getting tired. Can't even think. Lean on me. There's no A. There's no A. Oh my goodness, guys. Oh my goodness, what could this be here? Let's see. Okay, let's see. Dues? Dues? Nope. Nope. And ends. And no on the ends. Yes on the end. Dues, lens. L-E-N-S. Okay, very good. Murder. Eddie. Zigzag says, Eddie. Good try. Good try. Let's see. Heart may wise. No, that's not a word there. Let's see. What else did you guys get? Lens, ends, dunes, lens, do. I did all those. Deny. Very good. And it's not ends. It's not dens. Oh my gosh, come on. I'm so tired. Okay. What the heck? I snuck my vitamins over. That's not good. Vitamins, get up there. Get up there. Iron. Did I take my iron today? Where did I put my thyroid meds? Hold on a minute. I gotta get my Synthroid here. Did I take my Synthroid today? I did take it today. I don't need it right now. They're rationing the Synthroid. They're out of the Synthroid all the time. You don't even understand what this means in this country. It's crazy. Dyes, they don't have it. Sorry. What do you got? Dies, den, deny, Come on, we need this last one to make the advancement. Then we just got to play the one game and we can go to bed. We're not just going to leave it like this. Can't do that. Died. Died. Oh, shoot. Okay, now we're going to make an advancement. Thank you, murder. Okay, now. What are we going to be? Oh, look at this. We didn't just make an advancement. We took a chef rank up. We moved up to mythical chef. Okay, I don't know the last time we had a rank up, but we're going to play the first one, right? Always got to play the first one. Stars in the sky, star. rats, right? Stats, stat, you dirty rat. Okay. Tar, tars, art, the arts, start, says someone who starts, or grows, start, right back to where we started from. Okay. Tat tats. Tat tat tats. Okay. Oh, tarts. Queen of heart. All right, let's see. We just need one more. Sat? Right, sat, that's what it is. Sat. Okay, we did it. We are a passion fruit. Look at that. How wonderful we're a passion fruit. Let me pick these up. Okay, let me pick this up. We're a passion fruit. Unbelievable, we're a passion fruit. We get all this free. Put it in the box. All right. Tomorrow we'll play some more. We're a passion fruit. All right, guys, I love you. God bless. Prayers. Thanks for hanging with me. If you're watching on the replay, don't forget to hype her up. Hype that. Put the thumbs up. Please share it out. Love you. God bless. May the Lord bless you and keep you and protect you and give you his peace. And pray for everyone in the community. Everyone needs prayers. I love you guys. God bless. Be good. Thank you to the moderators. See you tomorrow. Thank you for watching. Good night, everybody. Good night, everybody. Good night.